Would I ever intentionally lie to you guys to get Cameron injured?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, you don't trust me whatsoever.
Oh, I do. It's
In
just that I
terms of,
trust you enough to know that you would fuck me over.
I mean, in terms of D&D, you're right. Specifically when you're DMing for me, you're right. I don't trust you usually. You're always
Listen,
pull something.
I would never. Wolf's been with me the longest out of any of the players, and he can speak that to my benefit that I would never intentionally harm a party.
Wolf, what do you have to say?
What?
Okay.
That's not a vote of confidence.
Listen, you'll be fine.
Is this for me?
No, not at all, Wolf.
Okay.
If it
Yeah.
was, Zilpip would be far scarier, I imagine.
I know. I was like, fuck. I mean, it's cool. Yeah.
Alright, it translates, okay. Cool.
You sure Zilpip can't have that? Even later?
Well, we'll see. I think technically you can get up to. You could craft this item. You could
once he
legit.
learns how to fucking craft, I guess.
Any magic item has a caster level, so as long as you have, as long as you're a magic casting class, I believe the ruling in 3.5 is you can still craft an item. I think there are feats that specifically lower the DC, but I don't think there are feats that outright make it a thing. So
You also, if it's a magic item with spells on it or enchantments, you need to have certain spells.
yep.
You have to actually cast the spell in making it, so it can't be higher than 5th level, basically.
Yeah.
Unless you've crafted a 6th level spell.
But that'd be the cool thing. Zilpip being a crafter is going to have a lot more open ability in 3.5 because he's going to be able to craft everything he wants, in a sense, because there's so many more items that you can craft that are just basic concepts.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. I got plans. Also,
Time to rebuild Flamethrower 2.0.
Well, it's gonna have to work differently because in this version, things are way more easily sunderable, which defeated the design of how he designed the flamethrower originally. Because in that time, magic items, unless they were hit by really, really, really strong magic items or like gods, they couldn't be destroyed by mundane means at all.
Yep. Now you gotta cast permanency just to keep a spell going.
Yeah.
Which? Yep.
My welcome?
Yeah, Cameron, the announcement
You say
hasn't
you're
gone
welcome
out
to
yet.
me, Cameron?
The spell's been found.
Oh, yeah, crap. You're welcome, still.
Well, are they too late?
Alright, and with that, let's get into some D&D.
Cameron, before you say those things, you should probably check the lore chat and stuff, right?
You
It's
should
probably a
also
good idea.
look into what you're about to say.
For those who watch the D&D lore channel, or the D&D channel, thank you for those who are watching. We hope you've enjoyed the series so far. The DM game, for those who are wondering, is a little special announcement I'll be putting up on each of the episodes. Will be coming up once the 3-month mark hits. We'll get the summarization of the 3 months for what's been public. And that'll get posted as a semi-world news to people who just track that, who like to watch and track in the background. Otherwise,
Are you going to do interviews?
no. Well, maybe we'll see. Well, we don't have an official world news yet, so this is more of just more of a general what's going on in that game and what's been announced to the chat.
This is the rumors and
Pretty much, but yeah. So that'll be coming next in the next couple weeks or in the next month. So please look forward to that. Otherwise, let's get into some D&D with the Ironheart Merchant Company. Last time we left off, don't worry about it. You can look at it on the title screen, and if you can't, it'll get posted. There you go. Last time we left off, the party managed to watch as a great disturbance was carried out within the city of Purser's last hold. With little choice, the Ironheart Merchant Company was forced to watch as the adventuring party that they had met was banished from the city, nearly escaping a powerful being that seemed willing to call the gods down on them. The party instead chose to follow a new potential ally or enemy named Pierre, the air genasi with the fantastic mustache. Though he was
Who's
not
going to do the ritual.
I was getting there. Don't you
shit.
fucking asshole.
Okay, just let him cook.
God damn, man. Yeah. I was gonna say, though he was not there to complete the ritual, the party did decide to leave Purser's last hold after taking a job to investigate some Arctic mains and a silver mine vein. Though with the help of Pierre and his powerful backers, the party set off to see the city of Knighton and hopefully complete the quest in style. While landing in Knighton, however, the party would add one more ally, a Quencha named Shun Hyut, right?
Yep,
Cool.
Shun Hyut.
Want to make sure. A wolf with thick white fur, red highlights, and a bright red belly, all across, with runes all draping about in the fine fur on her stomach. The creature, seeming to be able to shoot fire bolts almost at will, allowed for Essa, though through a little bit of a test of courage, to forge a pact with the creature. The party, though yet to have tested their newfound allies in combat, as they head out aboard Pierre's airship, we return to them flying toward the area they were told the Arctic mains had been seen in. Now, I do remember technically the quest you picked up was more of you guys were checking the general areas for, as just killing any monsters that pop up. However, as you guys did take a note of each of those, the quests on the board, as James specifically posted up in the chat, you guys would note that this area is roughly around where the Arctic mains were talked about with the silver mine. Ugh.
So we could do like 3 quests while we're down here.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of this session, I asked Pierre, and Pierre agreed to turn the ship in us invisible. That way we would not be seen.
Yes, he did agree to that. However, as Pierre then announces, as we come back to the party, having done a little bit of training in the background in between this last session and this session, the party's coming to what is this very large open area. I believe I described last time with crystals jutting out, a body lying towards the center crystals, and what looks to be a small turf war or what do you call it? Hunting ground war, as water elementals, about 2 larger of them, and about 3 medium-sized creatures seem to come floating in. While a pack of 3 Arctic mains seem to have popped up and started kind of walking around the area, sniffing towards the corpse that seems to be in that center crystal area. Yep, that's exactly it, Roland. Thank you. As you lot came up, though, Pierre shouting out for the ship to go invisible. The fellas kind of all look up at him, confused. And then one finally a chubbier one seems to come up from nowhere. One you haven't seen before, with very dark black fur and bright green eyes. Comes kind of climbing out from the back, one of the underground areas. Crawling up to the top and kind of whispers something into Pierre's ear after pulling out a small little stepladder out of a bag of holding, like putting it out in front of them, climbing up, getting up to his ear and whispering into his ear, climbing down and walking back down below. Pierre turns to you and informs you that he cannot make the ship go invisible because the spell is not to that capability in this time period.
Okay.
It's a weirdly specific sentence, but okay.
And that's exactly how he puts it.
Do I hear what they say?
That is exactly the words you hear from the creature. Okay. Yeah, it's basically a rough of that. It's a little bit kinder of the fellas addressing him politely, but yeah, roughly.
One of the few fellas that'll address him politely still. One of the ones that doesn't go with the regular.
That wasn't what did he name that one? I forget what he named the one that
Pierre
was not his name.
Pierre turns and goes, they change out every shift. They're not really from this time. I don't really understand how it works, but they walk into a door when their 8 hours is up, and then another one pops out, and they rotate.
I always thought I'd ask if maybe you could make the ship turn invisible, since you do seem to have a lot of prowess.
He kind of like like starts moving his mustache, and it starts like twirling, making a little bit of a breeze, and goes, "Unfortunately, I have not been gifted this power as of current." You see, he kind of starts to choose his words very carefully.
Of course. Well, it wouldn't do good to have a giant ship over a group. So, do you think you could land and let us depart?
He looks at you and goes, "Yeah, sure." He goes, I thought you
As
were.
long as the party agrees, yes.
Can we land
I
safely
think
this
we
time?
Yes.
Hold out for a moment and see what's going on down there. Because we also were told that there are water elementals in this area.
Well, I think we see them in the distance.
Yeah, you can see the groups kind of like starting to converge towards these large lyrium like crystals that are jutting out of the ground. It looks like the creatures are starting to kind of get closer and closer, looking, smelling and sniffing at the air, looking like they're looking for that corpse that's lying there.
Yeah, I guess we could watch for a moment, see what they do.
Pierre just kind of nods and floats the ship a little higher up and then out of the range as the two groups begin to get closer. I'm going to roll initiative for the groups. Give me a moment.
It'd probably be safer to go in and take care of them once they're tired.
Good idea.
Alright. Oh, well, we're going to get something today. Alright.
One group
Can we
fast.
clearly see, or is it kind of hard to see from this distance?
Oh, no, you can see them pretty clearly. The open area makes them a little more visible. Alright. As the creatures begin to kind of sniff about, move about, the water elementals looking to take on similar appearances to the Arctic mains in their large, like cat-like design, kind of walking about in a small pack. The 5 water elementals seem to kind of take the initiative and move closer at a faster rate, circling in towards the corpse as the Arctic mains start to notice them. The mains seem to kind of back off and climb on top of the lyrium crystals, watching from below as if they're kind of stalking the creatures. The elemental is not yet noticed. A few moments go by of this. Do you guys want to do anything, or are you just going to kind of watch?
Gonna keep watching.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
A few moments go by as the creatures continue to watch. The elementals seem to notice as they turn their heads up, paying attention towards the Arctic mains who continue to circle. One of the Arctic mains seems to howl out and is going to make a charge at one of the larger elementals. I'm just going to roll here real quick. Actually, no. Here, I'll roll on this thing. It's a little fat. It's still the same. 20 plus. As the creature one of the Arctic mains grapples onto the water elemental, which is going to get its opportunity attack. It smacks the Arctic main away into the crystal, doing. As the creature gets slammed into into one of the crystals, he watches it slightly reverberate, turning a reddish color for a moment, and then goes back to its bluish hue. The water elemental seems to slam hard into the Arctic main over and over again as the creature gets pinned under the water, and from a distance, though, it's hard to see. It looks like the water elemental basically engulfs the Arctic main after a few moments. As it does so, you watch as the larger water elemental freezes its body and stops moving.
There we go.
The two Arctic mains remaining kind of begin to back off slightly and start howling into the air loudly. As they do, let me see.
Calling more.
It's an SOS battle, guys.
All right. The smaller of the two seems to jump off the crystals and starts running north, down the clearing, basically up. and disappears into the forest. The medium water elementals are going to go ahead and try. I'm just going to use my dice since it's quicker to roll that way for this.
Yep.
You watch as the water elementals pin the last of the Arctic mains down on the ground. Oh my god. Well, I'd roll for permanent damage, but as the second Arctic main is engulfed and surrounded in ice by the two of the medium water elementals, you watch as the creature stops moving. A few moments go by, the water elementals seeming to pick at the skin of the creature, or of the
Do the
dead
ones that were
humanoid.
frozen, do they unfreeze, or are they still frozen?
They have not unfrozen yet. Alright, back up to the top. The large water elemental is going to poke at the corpse once more. As it does so, it is going to... You watch as the corpse suddenly brings out a blinding light, flashing and flaring as the ship is slightly pushed... almost as if an unexpected wind hits it, kind of jaunts back slightly to the side as the light seems to go off.
Can I tell what kind of magic that was?
Roll me a knowledge arcana.
Will do. Knowledge arcana. 20 total.
Whatever this spell was, you are not familiar with it. The magic on it does not look like it's anything that you're able yet to cast for what it did. You do pick up, though, that it is a divine spell.
And this happened when the water elemental touched the corpse.
Correct.
Was there anything special about this particular Arctic main, or no?
The water elemental. It's not a corpse of an Arctic main. It's a corpse of a humanoid, is what you can see.
Oh. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
That was before they fought.
Yeah.
Divine caster. So.
As you look at it, it looks to be a large creature. Given what you've seen of giants, you'd guess it'd probably be a giant or some sort of large kobold.
Okay. What happened to the water elemental after the
It does. As you look on, the creature seems to seem unfazed as it continues to toy with the corpse. However, the water elementals are going to back off and start de-thawing. As they do, you see the Arctic mains inside them look to have all their moisture pulled out of them, as they now look like jerky. The creatures have been sucked dry as they drop to the ground.
How long was that?
6 seconds.
6 seconds for them to unfreeze.
Correct.
Okay.
As they finish, or as the water elementals seem to finish up, kind of poking around at the corpse and moving about, the creatures seem to continue on their way, heading to the right, back towards the unclaimed and unmapped lands, if you will. After a few moments, the area clears and nothing seems to come back around the area.
Now we can land and take a look. If we had been caught in that fight, it would have probably ended up deadly for us.
Potentially. Especially if that magic had gone off while we were near it. It affected the ship even this far away.
It was divine. It was some form of divine magic. I can't do it currently, but...
Pierre looks at you, all three of you, and goes, "So land the ship?"
Gently.
Safely.
Oh.
Yes, I will help you do so.
He begins to do so.
Does he get a bonus for me helping him?
Yes. Help action, I believe, is... I can't remember what it was for 3.5 off the top of my head. If it's a roll or if it is outright.
I believe it's just a raw plus.
Because it's an aid, yeah. It is
Another...
+2 on it in this situation. Actually, yeah, roll another skill check. Yeah, go ahead, roll. Let's see.
What am I rolling?
In this situation, let me pull it up. Well, you don't have his, okay. In this situation, his profession is wisdom, right? Yeah, so it's just about wisdom for you because you don't have the same profession he does.
Okay. Wisdom. Do-do-do-do.
I think you can beat a nat 1.
19.
Between the two of you, though, it's not the greatest at first as Pierre begins to, begin oiling his mustache as he kind of pushes the ship to start moving. The ship begins to move and he lets go of the wheel and starts, combing his mustache as you rush to grab hold of it and, straighten back out the ship as it starts to slowly dive or lean forward. It starts to kind of, with your help and the guidance of Pierre, you slowly bring the ship down to a rough landing where it dents into the ground slightly, but it's enough to where it doesn't cause all of you to have to jump or make a reflex save. As it comes to a kind of a slow stop, skidding into the dirt, some of the trees rooting up.
Or an entire skyport.
Yeah. As you kind of slowly disembark off, Pierre looks at you a lot and smiles as BK kind of comes off on the end. Pierre stays on the ship, watching you.
Do I remember the route that we took from here
to get back to the village? Oh, yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
It looks like there's a cut. Most of the forest is slightly cut away to create a semi-pathway going through here. So this looks like it's actually a road that is somewhat traveled as you look about, at least by foot. As Pierre kind of waves as you disembark, he pulls up the gangplank and the ship begins to ascend.
That would be nice to know they would leave, but all right.
I made a guess he wouldn't, given how he is. He's a good person, though. We don't have to worry about it.
Good person is...
This is a dead stare from James of, don't say anything else.
As these two are having this, kind of discussing this, Essa kind of looking back onto this, you can see clearly the 3 frost giant ships that are flying this way. And seem to be following Pierre's ship as it turns and starts taking off at a very fast speed.
Yep.
Right, we should find some high ground because that was a very loud landing.
Well,
I was gonna go follow the tracks for the Arctic Main Fest.
we should probably do that, but I do want to take a look at these crystals first. Would I know that this is basically crystallized lyrium? From the looks of it?
No, let me look. Let me take a look at something real quick. Go ahead and give me a knowledge arcana check, in the meantime.
I'm no expert, James, but I would maybe advise not touching them a lot, as where they turned red when they were slammed with, and that slime turned red and it became more dangerous. I don't know if this is related, but
Wow, I get a nice 20 to start the day off, and now it's an 8. Fuck me.
You are not familiar enough with this material to know what it does.
Well, do I know what it's called at least?
You with an 8, you would know it as death ore. Considered the ore that kills most wizards and casters from being overwhelmed by by the material itself.
I am not allowed to touch this.
Cool.
Currently.
what do you mean by currently?
This is death ore, and it looks like there's a pretty big vein underneath here, so...
An apt name.
Now, it mostly kills casters, so if I could actually get a sword forged out of it for you, it'd be pretty useful.
That would require you to handle it, yes? As a caster
if
yourself.
I could get it forged out, get something that forged into a sword for you. Not that I'd be doing forging.
Well,
but yeah, so let's track down those Arctic mains, and then... Because I don't think we can handle the water elementals. That large one looked a bit too... painful.
Yes, we see them. We are going to get away from them very quickly. Are they very fast?
They seem to move quite fluidly, and quite quickly. They seem to be, from your rough estimation, looking them over, you would guess that they can probably keep up with your party pretty easily. At least the larger of the lot.
Right. If we see them, we are going to have to immediately hide and get away from them because they won't be able to keep up with us.
And Essa, you said you were going to be checking out the treks of the Arctic mains?
Yeah, because one of the quests is to find where they're hanging out.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a survival check, I believe. Yes.
It is survival. Oh, why are you not working? That one?
Did you update your Discord?
It's not Discord.
Is it the dice
I'm trying to
roller?
click world-
Huh?
I'm trying to use the world anvil sheet, but it's just clicking and not doing anything.
Oh, yeah. No, I've run into that a few times now. Yeah, they're a little laggy now.
It's not lag. It's just not working. I've had this before. So I'll just do this instead.
I mean, currently I can't even join the
Damn.
session because it's not showing up for me to join the session. So it's like, oh.
25 bucks. All right. So you know that they recently had dinner at a little Chipotle spot down the street.
Well, it's good they ate. That means they're not going to be hungry for us.
Yeah.
So that's strange that they attacked the water elementals.
Territory is different than
territorial creatures.
Yeah.
But no, okay, so as you start tracking and looking at the creatures, right? As Rolliman and James kind of start eyeing up the lyrium crystals from a healthy distance, kind of looking to see if there's any sort of signs of mining materials, any sort of anything that kind of gives them a clue to what this area, why this area is left alone. As you two are doing that, Essa, you look about and find that the water elemental tracks pretty clearly as they kind of suck up the water from where the snow has dropped on the ground, almost like a long slime trail following it into the distance. They're fairly easy to track, and almost even someone such as James levels could to follow them. But as you kind of turn to the side and start looking through some of the dirt, and some of the more obvious tracks, you catch two things that catch your eye. One is that firstly you notice that there are hundreds of different tracks of these Arctic mains of varying sizes and thick deepness of prints. However, most aren't fresh. It just looks like this is a very well-traversed area is what you gather. Secondly, you notice that the fresh tracks from the water elementals that just came to this area seem to be coming straightly from the north, where you also notice some very unique tracks of an Arctic main with missing two of its toes seems to be clearly going that way, and also seems to have paws about double the size of any of the others.
Ooh. Okay.
Mr.
Is
Bigfoot.
that one? I say, is that one going towards where the I'm perceiving the other Arctic mains are?
Yes.
We might be looking at a leader.
As you continue to look about, you do notice there are some giant footprints, a few gloom, and a very strange-looking kobold footprint that, well, it's not strange to see kobolds traversing the area, because, again, you're not far from their nation. It's strange that there's only one set, and it's very clearly sticks out as walking alongside what looks to be Arctic main footprints. Nothing of them in particular that look to be unique, but still catches your attention.
Is it the same foot as Zach's?
It is not. With a 25, I would say Essa would be able to tell.
So we've got a kobold, we've got Arctic mains, we've got water elemental, giants, gloom. Anything else we're looking for?
And some goblin, some small, a couple of goblinoid-like footprints that would have been found.
And goblin.
Yeah.
So we have a choice here, because aren't we getting paid, 50 GP per head of monster we hunt?
Yeah. Which do you think would be easier?
Goblins.
You're a hunting expert for this.
I mean, if they're on their own, goblins. We've seen. I killed one with one arrow in the caves.
There's too many Arctic mains. They'll be in a large pack, most likely, with these many tracks.
They're in a large pack, not as big as the tracks make it look like.
Do the water elementals not leave tracks?
Hmm?
Do the water elementals not leave tracks?
They do.
They do.
That's where the
They
that
weren't
area
listed.
there that has the water.
Yes, they were. I listed them at the very beginning.
Oh, did you?
listed
Oh,
water
I just didn't hear. My bad.
Yeah.
He started with the water elementals.
I didn't hear that part.
Yes, they are the easiest to tell, even without cat rolling. You all can very clearly see the slime trail that they basically leave because they absorb the snow as they continue to fluidly leave the area.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't know. Let's check out this corpse. I'll be very careful. I'm not gonna touch it. I'm just gonna look at it closer.
I'm not going because that's too close to the death ore for me. So good luck with that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, as you walk
Maybe
closer.
You stay back to Essa since you have a magical cloak. I don't know how that might interact with this death ore.
I mean, Rollman, I could come with you while I leave Shinyet. Shinyet's also a caster.
I bet your cloak is magical.
I mean, that's
It
true,
might
but I
affect
could
it.
just take off the cloak for a minute.
Yeah, you can do that too. I'm not telling you to stay back just because of the cloak.
Shunyet
Yes, I'll
kind of
just-
just sits there watching.
Yeah, I'll get Shinyet to sit. I'll hand the cloak. I'll put the cloak. I'll give the cloak to James for a minute.
Okay.
I hold the cloak just folded over my arms, look at Shinyet and go. I don't want to go near that. I don't think either of us should.
Shunyet turns to you and like wags its tail, and as you giving you like puppy dog eyes towards you, it waits expecting. She waits expectingly, staring at you.
You feed BK too much, they're gonna catch on.
BK, who is sitting in the sitting behind you, now is trying to sit down and also trying to give you puppy dog eyes as a mule, and like smiling very horribly.
You both are adorable, and oh.
Do not overfeed them, James, and please keep an eye out for water elementals and any monster actually.
Please really don't overfeed Shinyet. A really fat predator isn't useful.
I pat them both on the head. You'll get treats when we get back to the town.
Shunyet does not let you pet her on the head as you mention that, and pulls away, like moves a few inches over to the side as it sits back down. BK,
You don't get the pet.
yeah, BK just looks annoyed and just kind of stands back up and like kind of starts nibbling on some dead grass.
I'll
Kinda-
keep an eye on where the water elementals ran off to. That way, if I see them coming back.
I will say, noticeably, you will kind of catch on. BK's not making any hee-hawing noise. Like, he's being extra quiet. Well,
He
Good.
is master. He might have no levels, but he has 20 ranks and moves silently.
as BK continues to watch, you two start to move closer. There are chunks of lyrium that are just kind of lying about on the ground that aren't stuck to anything. As you do kind of see them walking kind of closer into the area, you do see bits of silver that looks to be like kind of stuck onto some of them. That gives a almost vibrant glow to it.
If you can collect any samples, it'd probably be useful to bring them back.
We'll see.
As you guys continue to get closer towards the back edge of it, where the corpse is kind of pushed up against the lyrium, you see it's definitely, as you look it up and down, it's definitely a giant. The bones are huge. This creature looks like it's been dead long enough that the bones have been picked pretty clean, but they're still pretty dark in their coloration. They haven't been bleached by the sun yet, so this body is at least newer than the summer that would have passed last year.
By size, because I know none of the giants are roughly the same size. Can I tell what kind of giant specifically?
Rough estimation, given the skeleton, you'd guess either storm or frost.
Okay.
Can I tell how it was killed?
It is only bones left. There's not really any. None of the bones are busted, and it looks like the body's kind of been propped up against the crystals.
So not
Starvation,
bludgeoning.
Probably not bludgeoning. Probably not our water elemental, so it would still have its petrified skin on it.
As you see the two Arctic mains off to the about 20 feet to the side, they're just jerky. Yeah.
What's it wearing?
Yeah, as you look at the skeleton, it's wearing some very well. It looks like it was once wearing some robes that have kind of like fallen off to behind it, and are just laying underneath it. Not really pinned down by anything, but laying on the ground. You notice the robes themselves look to be very simple in their design, and seem to have a little like marker on them, or a little tag on them that says "Robes of the Traveling Wizard," and it just gives a little what looks to be like a symbol of someone's like sewing signature, similar to how Smiths like mark their icons onto it. Yeah. Otherwise, it looks to be pretty casual and average to the item. A couple of gems on it, some fine. It looks to be made of a fine fur, but you don't recognize the fur. And the leather of the robes themselves doesn't look to be anything special at first, but it doesn't look like it's been tarnished in all the time it's been here. Secondly, you see a torch on the back of the skeleton that's still attached to it via what looks to be a sort of sheath meant for arrows. Not sheath. Quiver. Looking at a quiver with what looks to be a torch in it that has a rune. Instead of having a torch like coal end, it has a rune carved into it that glows slightly orange as you look at it. Looks to have a fat coin purse, which just looks to be a coin purse. And then the last thing that catches your eye, and what you assume was the item that caused the big beam of light, is a wand sitting on his hip that's kind of sticking out of the ground slightly, as it looks like it's been kind of covered in dirt a little bit, and is sticking straight up. Looking on the side of it, it does read very clearly in Draconic, which I believe you know, Rollman, correct?
Yes, I do, and Essa definitely knows.
Yeah, so as the two of you read... Oh, I knew Essa does. As the two of you read it, it seems to read light on the side.
Here's my hypothesis, Essa. James mentioned these crystals for death ore, and that it kills mages. Do you think perhaps that being near them would magnify the capability of a wand? Because I don't believe this wand would be that powerful. Does it look very well made?
As you look it up now, it's definitely a fun. The wood is good quality. You do notice the wand itself is slightly charred and does have a little bit of like cracks in the wood itself that look to be very fresh as you get closer to it. I imagine like getting down on the ground, kind of looking at it from a distance to try really fully inspect it. Yeah, you can see little cracks that look to be very fresh. And the little bands of copper that were like around it to hold it together and be like part of the magic arcane focus seem to have been kind of expanded out and awkward and not as pretty an artisan like as you'd expect for a wand of this design.
And I doubt it was originally supposed to do that after firing its spell.
I mean, with light written on it, I'm assuming it's basically just an alternative to a torch at best. Maybe a little more.
Do you think perhaps we drag this corpse away from the crystals so that we can take a closer look at it?
How heavy are giant bones? Because I know giants are like way too heavy.
Give me a second.
But I also know, like, if it's a frost giant, most of frost giants' weight comes from how fat they are. But
Just look at the percentage of bone.
Okay, so let me put what I put down for frost giant weight, and I can tell you that because it's about 15% of their body mass is what bones are. Don't ask why I was able to look this up so fast. I have the body farm on bookmark on my computer.
I wasn't going to ask, but you know.
Well, now you know.
I am concerned now for my safety.
Well, the body farm up here is actually pretty famous, so that's why. It's a major science-like thing out here. They study decomposition for stuff. Let me pull up. Let me see. Races. Uno momento. I will admit, this was not the question I thought I'd get tonight.
Well, we don't really want to mess with the body this close to lyrium.
No, fully understandable. I just didn't expect that. So 6,000. So what's 15% of 6,000?
I'll give it to you right now.
I don't have a calculator.
Oh, that's
900? So yeah, about 900 pounds in total. Now that's all of the bones. This is a skeleton that's been picked apart, so the bones are barely like they're more held together because they're kind of standing in place, or they haven't been moved, rather than. So you could easily take it apart.
We could drag it
Still having
and
any sin
grab the stuff with it in that dragging.
You think that the hips and the spine and the skull would all stay connected, but the arms and legs would probably dislocate from the socket because there's not much really holding them together as you look in there.
I mean, as long as we get the majority, we can grab the bits.
Yeah. Would the equipment go with the original?
All but the cloak, by the looks of it, because the cloak itself is laying on the ground underneath it.
That's okay.
Okay. Yep.
I'm sure the one's busted, but I don't want that to activate while we're near it again.
Yeah. You're gonna start dragging it, Rollerman?
With a rope. I'm not gonna drag it with my bare hands, my guy.
Alright, yeah. Roll,
rope. Use rope.
Yep.
I put a rank into this for this moment.
We did this for a reason.
If he gets an 80, he automatically animates it. So, just letting you know, without any magic.
That looked crazy.
So
that's pretty thick. I want to build an Oventian boss that just does that.
Just
now.
does that as like no
It's
magic.
non-magical too,
right?
so
Yeah.
in anti-magic, it would still do that.
It would.
Which is crazy.
19.
Animates ropes.
Yeah, you manage easily. I mean, it's a skeleton. It's not like fighting back. You manage to bind it up and like tying a knot right around where the hip and the spine meet. You start kind of dragging, kind of lightly going ahead and pushing with like another rock that you find delirium off to the side, so you can get a full clean dragging path. So that way you don't have to worry about anything touching the magic items. And start to pull the skeleton through while you're doing this. Give me a strength check for that, just to see. And
For this, I don't...
Essa, are you gonna grab the robe, or are you just gonna kind of watch? Because I mean, Roman should be able to easily do this from what you can see as he starts kind of getting
I'll
everything
get the robe
set.
once the body is out of the way.
Okay.
I'm sure he can actually do it. Essa's never seen him like pull that much.
Okay.
19 again. I
Oh.
rolled 319.
Yeah, with ease, you start pulling the skeleton and kind of like grabbing it and pulling it towards the edge towards James. At first, Shunyet gets really excited as their tail starts wagging like ecstatically as they're looking and licking their lips at the bones that are being brought to what they think is them until they see what you are trying to do as you kind of like set them off to the side and then go back for the rest of the stuff, and it kind of Shunhit kind of sits back down. BK, who seems to be nibbling on grass, could not care less at this point. However, the good news is as you look over, BK is not panicked and doesn't seem to be eyeing anything, so he is still calmly eating.
I'll when I get the bones over, I'll explain to James my hypothesis, and I'll ask him if he wants to investigate further the magic items.
Let's make sure nothing goes wrong. I am gonna grab the cloak.
Go ahead and
Okay.
work on that while you guys bring the stuff over here.
And who's bringing? And so who's grabbing the robes, or are you leaving the robes there because they were too close to the lyrium? Just to make sure.
I thought Essa said she was grabbing it after.
No,
the body.
Essa said they're grabbing their cloak. That is not the robes. That's specific language you got to pay attention.
I can use the quarterstaff. Can I use the quarterstaff to pick up the robes?
Yeah.
Are they too big? Because they're giant.
I mean,
size.
they're giant, but they don't weigh more than 5 pounds.
I'll pick it up with the quarterstaff. I'll carry it once it's away from the Leary.
Yeah. Once the skeleton's pulled, you kind of wait a few minutes watching Rollman pulling the skeleton over and starts explaining. Grabbing your quarterstaff, you poke it. Give me just a strength check just to see if you have any issues.
Yeah.
I'll roll like shit.
I mean, if you roll on that one, and the thing falls onto you, don't blame me.
He's being attacked by an animated cloak.
Yeah, it turns into a mimic suddenly, and it engulfs you.
Rip off Doctor Strange. Let's go.
I've never actually watched Doctor Strange, but I love the comics.
It's a good
Yeah, he
movie.
can make his cloak go after and attack people.
No, I
I
know.
watch whatever the multiverse one is kind of ass.
Maybe that's what I'll do tonight. I'll watch that as a... Oh, no, I'm going to play Stellaris all night, never mind. Because I want to play with my modded Glory achievements. Alright, what'd you get, Essa?
I got an 18.
18. Oh, yeah, with ease, you stick your quarterstaff towards it, kind of picking up, kind of eyeing this thing to assume it's magical. You kind of, like, keep it at a distance in front of you as you pull it. The Shunya, again, noticing this, and kind of backs away a few inches towards BK, and as you kind of move this robe around with your quarterstaff, coming back over to the area, you set it down. It flops onto the ground without issue, as Roland finishes up explaining to James his theory.
Well, you might be right. I know that this stuff usually... You said before that they die due to overpower, correct? Being overwhelmed by power. That is generally it, so... I guess we'll just be careful and I'll take a look. I'm gonna first try to look over... What do you guys want me to look over first? That's a big room.
Maybe the ruined wand.
Okay, I'll take a look at the ruined wand.
Okay. You can give me an appraise check, as far as it goes, or a knowledge arcana. Either one will work.
I'll take the appraise check because I have a bit of a bigger bonus there.
Okay.
Oh,
Ooh. Damn.
24.
Yeah. As you look, so you said the wand first, correct?
Yeah.
So as you look over the wand, you immediately distinguish that this wand was exactly the spell that you sensed. But as you look at the damage to the item, I mean, it's a wand of, it seems to be a very cheap wand of light. As you immediately pick up, looking over the arcane rune that says light on it, noticing it has 50 charges, noticing all 50 charges are now empty on the item. You kind of put 2 and 2 together in your head to realize that this item probably shot off all 50 charges in one go using the lyrium after after one of the water elementals touched it by accident. And that was probably what the force was that caused the ship to push back, as the amount of sheer power from the spell.
So, yeah, this wand used everything in one go because it got poked.
How much was left in it when it launched, do you think? Or do you not?
It originally had 50 charges. Does it look like it would have recharged it daily if...
It is, with the appraise, you'd note this item does recharge every day at daylight. Or sun up, yeah.
So it's likely
Will it still do that with it damage?
As you look it up and down, it looks like the integrity of the item's still there. It just looks like it's probably, if it did it again, the item would either be destroyed, or it looks like this item is, and it kind of looks like it's on its end.
It most likely had all 50. It recharges it every morning at dawn. It can still be used, but if it ever does that again, it's going to shatter. I don't think I can repair it too easily. It's possible.
Yeah, looking over the copper and the wood, the wood itself, you're kind of screwed with. The best you could do would be remove some of the charges by shortening the wand where the damage is done, and try to keep the wood, preserve the wood that's still in good standing.
I reinforce the wood with...
And put new copper rings around it, basically, because the current copper rings, as you look at them, or bronze rings rather, as you look around at them, are you ever see like in the cartoons when someone like punches their fist into a metal door and it like dents with their fist? This looks like it's basically been forcibly pushed apart in different, like the wood was trying to snap when it went off.
I should be able to repair it somewhat. It'll lose some charges, but we'll have it.
It's handy. You said there was that coin press?
Yes. With that appraise, just because I'm not going to make him re-roll for that one specifically, it's not a magic, it's not cursed. The item is just a leather bag with coin in it.
Cool.
Yeah, as you pop it open, you count 1,900 silver pieces.
That's not bad.
So 190 gold's worth. Not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll put that into the cart.
BK continues chewing on grass as you come over and put it in the cart. He looks up at you expecting
Is he still
food.
eating dead grass?
There's only looks to be dead grass in the area.
Okay, that's why make sure he's not eating magical grass right now.
As you look up at the ground, the grass looks to be dead, but it's winter. It's probably always mostly dead down here.
Yeah. What about the cloak then, or the
robes? And there's a torch.
I'll look at the torch first because before the road, because
James
had an idea similar to what this torch looks like.
Yeah. Give me now. Are you trying to in this case, since with that mentality in hand, I want to ask. Are you just trying to appraise it based on the idea of what it can do, or are you thinking you know what it does and you want to try and use it? Because there are two different roles. One's appraise, one's use a magic device. So that's why I want to make sure.
I think I would rather appraise it.
Okay.
Because that way I can maybe be able to build it later.
Okay, yeah. Then appraise or knowledge arcana, I'll take either.
Roman is pondering why this gentleman has
16. I have never rolled more
as
than
James
10
is just
for
kind of
appraise.
as James is kind of just looking these over and then like speaking out loud exactly what it is, ignoring you two as you're kind of looking at watching this. Yeah, with a 16. So as far as it goes, you're pretty sure that as you look this torch up and down, that this is a torch that will not naturally go out. Unless it is like magically extinguished, as you see a rune that looks to be some sort of very, very weakened version of light on the spell, or sorry, rather continual flame. And it looks to be that the item seems to have never been used overall, as it's got no signs of wear or tear on it.
Hey Essa, you have issues seeing in the dark usually, right?
No.
Oh.
I think I have the best vision out of the three of us in the dark.
They do.
Probably. Here, Roman, take this. It'll stay lit via spell.
Alright, go ahead and add an ever-burning torch to your inventory, Roman.
Okay.
If you need the description, just look up 3.5. You'll find it. Very common item. It's not different from 5e, to be honest.
And finally, I'll praise the robe.
Okay. Now, I have to ask a very specific question for this.
Am I touching it?
That wasn't going to be the question, but now that's one of the questions. Are you touching it?
If I don't need to, no.
Technically, appraise does not state that you have to touch the item. The only difference is that there are like certain kinds of appraises that give you bonuses to touch when you're touching the item. But in this situation, no. You can if you fully want to. That will I'll lower the DC if you want to grab hold of it, as I would for any item, because you're adding a new sense to it. But otherwise, in this situation, I was going to say, you do see that this item, being the fact of what it is, you're smart enough to know that you could try a knowledge history to see if this item is of any note, because of the fact that being that it is a cloak and it looks to be, that could be magic and this person is carrying magic items, something kind of clicks in your head that this might actually be someone notable.
Yeah,
So, I'd take knowledge history, or you can just go straight appraise to see what the item does.
I'll go...
You a history buff?
I only have a +3 to that.
This isn't his history character.
I have the same plus to history that he does.
You can
I'll
just
go
try
for
it.
the history, though.
Okay.
Or unless Essa wants to, and I'll just go for my appraise.
We'll see if I roll shit.
Hold on.
I'll do my appraise. 11! Still! First time I've rolled a full 10.
15.
15. Essa, you don't get the fact who this, like, if this is someone of note. What does catch your attention is you have seen this on nobles before. Noble casters. These robes usually are pretty high value. From what you've seen on the few times you've been traveling, especially in your amount of travels, market value on something like this, with the cities it would be created into, you might estimate around 6,000-7,000 gold pieces. And as you kind of look this over and realize, this is specifically gem dragon or leather that's being used to make this.
Oh, can I tell what age?
With the history check, you can definitely tell that the age of this creature, it was a young adult or older. As the item itself, the leather is a very high quality. Looking it over with, I'm just kind of pulling something up, so give me a second while I'm ad-libbing here a little bit. Yeah. So, as you recognize the seamstress mark on it for a moment, you recognize this is belongs to a shop in Diamond's Death, but you don't recall the name of it with that roll.
Ooh.
With my 11 appraisal.
Yes. Well, 11 appraisal. You get that this item is fully cursed and is the end of the world. No, not really.
The end of the world.
Oh god! Burn it!
No, as you look this item up and down, they look to be similar in design, like with runes almost, all the runes go backwards, but identical to the ones on S's cloak. They look to be like almost flipped. As you look them over, the item looks to be very high quality. With that appraise, you get that roughly the value would be anywhere between 5 to 10k in gold pieces. And beyond that, you get that it is definitely a magic item of sorts. You're just unsure of like what caster level or anything.
I want to make a lot closer later, but this seems similar to your cloak, Essa.
I want to make sure, when you say noble caster, do you mean like a house of nobles, or do you mean like a royal court?
It could be either. Noble means anybody who is has a position of power and has a family name that carries weight and authority in politics. So that could literally be as simple as someone of a very low mayorship all the way up to a king.
Does this corpse have any sort of identification?
It's not a corpse. With the bones, there's nothing that gives you anything else. Yeah.
I was.
Well, no,
I will say, The silver pieces, or rather the gemstone pieces, we use silver pieces for those who watch this, just to make it easier for the players to keep track of. But for the silver pieces themselves, they do have the mark of Utham's kingdom, so they do still mark the local currency.
You know, I wasn't expecting robes made of dragon leather today.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
You heard me.
Yeah.
Dragon
This is a
leather
power-
robes from Diamond's death.
And this robe is similar to the cloak you've been wearing.
These
Similar? Why is
these
what's
robes,
different?
these robes are only worn by nobility casters.
I'm gonna pick it up and gently go set it into the cart.
They usually sell for
Very
about
careful.
60,000.
Because you said
Yeah.
you're being careful. What do you mean by? How do you mean you pick it up?
I'm gonna fold it up and like you would someone in a department store would fold up a shirt or a
Mhm.
jacket to set on a display, and then set it in the back towards the front of the cart where the driver would be sitting, but inside the cart.
Okay. As you do so, here, one sec. I gotta PM you something.
I'm gonna get cursed, guys.
No,
Better me
there's
than
a
you.
stowaway. There's something in the cart. I did put the coins in the cart, by the way.
Yeah, I remember. Don't worry.
Okay.
Wait, what did I? Well, with that, James physically basically collapses once he picks it up and dropping it.
Yeah, you
No,
watch
what?
as James goes to grab the robe, like after examining it, and like as he puts his hands on it to start like picking up to start folding it, immediately he slumps forward onto it and completely goes unconscious.
Does
will
that
take him
make anything
off the
click
rope.
to me? If the robe's doing that to someone?
Give me an intelligence check. And what was that, Rilliman?
We can take him off the rope so he's not touching it anymore.
Okay, as you grab his belt and like pull him off of them,
Does the
he's-
effect end?
It does not.
Oh
16.
shit!
Yeah.
I'm gonna shake him, James.
You shake him.
James
Nothing
currently
happens.
has 4 intelligence and 4 strength.
He
does
is
not know how-
drooling, and the armor is hefty. What'd you say, Essa?
I got a 16, one higher than the last
16. Something suddenly remembers. The reason why most nobles wear this is because they can afford to remove the curse on this item and wear it as a status symbol to their wealth. As this item typically is known to give a negative penalty to stats in strength, or to weaken the wearer, and it's weaken their intelligence by quite a lot. In translation, he just took a -10 to both strength and int, and forgot all of his spells.
Do I know how long like the curse lasts usually?
Well, as it specifically mentioned, or as I specifically mentioned, that that they get removed curse, that you would note it to be, it's basically permanent until someone else removes it.
Oh, that's just great.
James, talk to me, buddy. Come on.
You just got shaking him, the drool down.
Roll him and he can't talk.
You know what
The code's
this is?
The robes are cursed.
Well, clearly. Do you know what it did to him?
Yes, it made him an idiot, and it made him barely able to move.
Great. I assume that's why that fell over there.
If he was a noble, he had the curse removed, but
You
Do you think a noble would have a wand with a cantrip in it?
he did.
And an everlasting torch?
As you're having this conversation, you also notice BK is coming closer and closer towards the robe.
I'm going to
No.
say no to it, but I'm going to push away the rope with my sword.
Okay. As you kind of tap it away, or like look at BK, and as both Essa and Roman turn and tell him no, Donkey hauls at you and turns and walks back with the cart back towards the little grass patch he was chewing on, disappointedly sulking. As you kick the thing away a little bit more. As you do, you watch as the rope kind of kicks over, lands on a piece of lyrium, and seems to kind of glow for a moment, and then the lyrium rock underneath seems to go like change to a grayish color, looking as if the color inside of it is completely gone.
Well, I don't know what that means, but what should we do? Should we take this rope or just leave it?
I mean,
You said it was expensive, but
the only upside is the people who buy it usually know it's cursed. So we could sell it, but I mean, if we touch it anytime by accident in the cart.
yeah. Do we have anything big enough to put it in?
You'd have.
James wearing gloves.
You might fit it in the sack.
Trump's. What? Sorry, I'm reading something in the background that someone's PMing me from the other DM group. What? I just sent the painting to the other group. So as you look in the back there, I assume in the cart there would be like a chest or something like that set aside, or a basket.
Some packets, some sacks and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, for when you guys are moving goods. I will say yes. James is wearing armor, which does mean his hands are covered.
Okay, so we can't even.
The curse does not care, but I can move my quarterstaff again like I did earlier.
Yes.
So if you want to
You
pop
can
a
even
chest,
grab my quarterstaff, so you can have two, so it doesn't.
2 quarterstaffs? Oh my
Roland,
god.
if you just want to pop the chest open, I can just
Yes, I will pop out the chest and then get out of the way.
get out of my way.
Yeah, as the two of you, I'm not gonna make you roll for it. No, that would be funny to watch you two fail this.
That's all 3 of us. Just
I showed I could lift earlier.
Yeah.
Actually, I will be the fairest off. I have a 6 in intelligence. I will still be able to comprehend and function.
It's true. As the two of you kind of like, Rollman kind of puts down James off to the side, walks over to BK's cart and kind of pops open one of the baskets, gets out of the way, goes back to James and starts like getting him ready for travel. As like you walk over, manage to get in there as you kind of like have to fish it in with the quarterstaff a few times, like poking it and like flapping it through. But eventually, after a few minutes, you get it in there. BK looks annoyed at the having to stand still part. As I assume, Rollman, you're going to load James onto the cart.
Yes.
Yeah. You kind of like putting James in one of the opposite corner and like having him sit there.
Comfy.
Yeah. He just kind of sits there and like stares off in the distance at the trees, not really paying attention to you a lot.
My eyes are just sort of.
Glazed over.
Mm-hmm.
No. They aren't glazed over. There is nothing behind there. There is no thought.
It's glazed over.
He looks like he's gone into the mute form of being stoned. Basically, now he's just having a good time hanging out.
Since you brought up Kirby, I would also have a 6 if I touched the ropes.
Oh,
the
nice.
problem is I would have a 2 in strength.
I would have a 6 in both, so
I would have a 2 in strength.
I have 14s and everything but 1.
As you guys are putting him up, I will say Shunyet is kind of like now guarding towards James and seems to be like sitting next to the cart, kind of catching on to what's going on, and now seems to be like staying with him as you lot are thinking about what to do. No.
And I toss him a bone from the corpse.
Yeah.
As you do so, as she catches the long bone in her mouth, you hear it crack almost instantly as she starts tearing into the thing. But she seems to sit there and like every time James starts to lean over, you can kind of see her jump up on the cart and like push him with her head back the other way, and then gets back down to chewing on her bone.
Yeah.
Like a small child, I pet the doggy.
She seems to allow it, but you can definitely see the irritation in her eyes as this is not a happy moment, but realizing the situation.
It's very gentle petting.
Yeah.
It was raised gentle.
I guess
I will gather the rest
get
of the
this
bones.
mixed, then we'll go back to what we were doing.
Yeah, we'll head back to town. I'll gather the rest of the bones.
Oh, okay, and the torch and all that. Okay.
In case it was somewhat important,
Yeah. As you gather up the rest of the bones, the torch, the silver pieces, and the wand of light, kind of like slowly stacking in there. Give me a last, I assume search check, just because I assume you're kind of watching and make sure no predators are coming towards you lot. So one last search check real quick to see what you end up with.
One last look over. 15.
Okay.
A much lower roll than earlier because I had a higher mod. But
Do you want me to roll?
No. You know,
Wisdom based.
You know what? Sure. You know what?
Search is intelligence based.
You know what? I'll let him roll with it. He's got what? It's a -2, I
He
think.
is a -2, I
4? Let me look.
Oh, at 4 it's -3.
Minus 2 is 3. That's -3.
Oh, so he's got -3. Alright.
Okay. Here we go.
So a -5, whatever your mod says you have.
Let's see. What you got, James?
You hate that a negative sign.
Well, he's got a if he's got a 4 in intelligence, -3 right now. I'm looking at the ability
Yeah.
score modifier.
That's what I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's only
Well, no. Cheston earlier said was -5. I was like,
I
wait,
wasn't
hold
Yeah,
on.
it's -5 from
I
his
got a
vertical
10.
modifier.
Oh, okay.
Oh my
I was
God.
Yeah.
accounting for what he had positive before.
That's true. You had 10.
Yeah.
Okay, and Rollman 17. Essa, what was yours again?
I got a 15. I rolled a
15.
7.
As Essa and Rolliman, as you're kind of watching off in the distance for a moment, you see James kind of staring off in a different direction, is kind of where you sat him looking, as he has not moved his eyes yet. You look on, and for a moment in the tree, or near the tree line, you up in the northern, or the top of the map, you see what looks to be a large Arctic mane standing almost double the size of the ones you'd seen earlier, with a very thick, looking like an icicle-like beard, and it looks like it seems to be missing one eye as the creature stares back at you for just a moment. As soon as you see it blinking for a millisecond, the creature is gone. James, as you look on, you see a tree. The tree is staring back at you. You're not sure if the tree has a face or if the tree has been given a face, but it's staring at you. BK seems to haul at that as it looks over towards where you're looking and looks back at you. You're not sure if the donkey or if the mule is enjoying himself because of your stupidity or if it's just seeing what you're seeing.
I mentioned the Arctic band to Essa and said we should probably get moving.
Yeah.
You keep an eye out. I'll keep this cart straight.
All right. As you start riding, following down the road, the clear-cut pathway, about 4 hours, let's say. So give me search checks from Essa for the 4 hours, and then roll them in. Cause you're leading BK, I'm gonna say an animal handling with a for it. It's not a high DC. It's just more like if you can kind of keep him from getting distracted, from snagging pieces of food or stopping every 5 minutes.
Do I get a bonus from Shanyet helping?
Yes. That you get a +3 to all any of your search, spot, hide, or move silently checks because of the creature.
Okay. How many searches am I making? You said searches.
Yeah, 5.
5 of them.
Yeah.
13, 23, 27, 17, 9.
Damn, is that 9 like a fucking 2?
It's a nat 1.
Okay.
I have a +8 to search.
Am I doing multiple checks or is it just the one?
Just the one.
Okay, I got a 10.
You managed to keep BK somewhat going.
Let's go.
Thankfully. Even though he does seem to give you more pull than you expect. Essa.
Yeah.
As you're watching, right? As you kind of sit riding on Shanyet, kind of eerily staring behind you, looking for the creature that you had seen earlier, that Rollman had also pointed out to you. You do see the creature seems to continue to stalk and follow you, but with your survival, let's just say your raw survival without having to roll, you definitely get the intention the creature is not seeming to be hunting you. It seems to be watching where you're going, almost as if it's escorting you out of its territory to make sure you're not coming back to bother it.
But I can see it consistently, right?
Yeah.
I want to try something.
It's yes. About every hour, it seems to pop back up, and it seems you kind of seem to respot it.
Next time it appears, I'd like to use a ranger class ability.
Okay. What would you like to use?
I want to use wild empathy.
Ooh.
Make friends.
Okay.
If I succeed, if I roll high enough, it'll go up 1 rank in liking me more.
All right. Now when you say liking you more, I assume it means as in it has friendly emotions towards you, not as in it just suddenly sees you as less dangerous.
There's a table.
There's
not
a
less
scale.
dangerous. There's a scale of irritable. I think irritable is one of them. And there's neutral and friendly.
Let me pull up wild empathy 3.5. It's been a while since I've had. I don't run rangers
you can use
often.
it for people too. Wild empathy specifically for
It's
animals.
ranger and druid.
It is.
It's
I see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
If you need to, you can toss it a bone.
Oh, it's okay. So it runs just like diplomacy. Oh, okay, yeah, easy.
Yes,
We can run
that's
it
what
then.
it
No
is.
problem.
It's literally it's animal
Diplomacy for animals.
Yeah, I've got its DC then. No issues. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So mine right now is a level 2. I get that was good. So I have a +5 to this roll.
Okay.
Let's see. Or no, +6. I have an 18 charisma. That's a 14. That's a non-nat 20.
Hey.
All right. Let's.
Friendly, yay.
Give me a second.
Making friends.
And I believe Wild Empathy is described as a mix of like vocal, physical, and
What was the roll again?
a 20, not a nat. But a 20.
Okay. As you do so, you watch as
Sorry. 22. I have enough animal handling for synergy.
Oh, okay. That actually does make a difference. As you do so, you watch as the creature on the second hour after the first time you spot, in the second hour where you catch it again, not wanting to waste your chance. You use wild empathy, or start to kind of sympathetically look towards the creature, leaving bits of food on the ground, trying to get its attention, any way to get it to come towards you. You watch as the creature doesn't seem to stop. After a few minutes, or after the last time, it seems to be chewing up anything you leave behind, little bits of food and rations. It still seems to be hesitant towards you, but it no longer seems to be... you don't sense any killing intent from the creature at this point.
That's fine. I'm trying to make it friendlier because we're gonna have to come back here later. So
the creature seems to, after the second hour, slightly give you a bit more distance, and now seems to lazily follow you, not trying to hide itself as much around the third hour. It's not that it seems like it considers you friendly. It just seems to, at this point, you get the sense that it doesn't consider you a active threat to it now.
So I got it from like the stage 1 negative to indifferent.
That's what you'd assume.
Yeah, that's good.
Around the third hour, are you going to try again, or are you going to leave it alone?
I'll try one more time. Because worst case, it goes back to what it was.
Okay.
Unless I not.
I don't know how many times How many times can you use wild empathy? I don't think there's a limit.
I don't think it specifies.
Yeah,
so I can just
think
keep
it
doing
technically goes. Yeah.
It's just a thing.
Yeah, technically, you can do the check as often as it wants. The only difference is if the creature's a magic beast, with an intelligence of 1 or 2, then it would backfire. Then he'd take a -4. So the only thing it tells you is that this creature is not stupid.
Which is good. I rolled even higher.
Yeah, as James rolls in the background. All right, what'd you get?
That's a 24.
Yeah, as you try yet again to coax the creature, although it lazily seems to be watching you, it does not seem to change any of its patterns as the creature continues. Though as it starts to actually, let me roll here.
Maybe it'll help keep other creatures away from us.
Well, I'm assuming, from how it's acting, it's the leader of this area. So.
You do notice that the creature, seeming to catch on slightly to what you're trying to do, seems to back off more and disappear around the 4th hour completely.
Fair enough.
But yeah, as you continue on through the snowy roads, the journey seems pretty much uneventful. Some tracks here and there on the roads, but nothing that catches your eye outright other than what looks to be cart marks and such. You do pass by a couple of farmers who seeming to be heading out. At this point now that it's a little afternoon, there looks to be some farmers that are heading out towards the fields once more, slightly drunk as they seem to go stumbling by.
I forgot to mention, is it okay if I grab that dead and delirium rock?
Yeah, I would assume. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you can add a 5-pound piece of basically gray lyrium, as you want to put it. I will say, upon easy inspection, you would never mind. I forget because of your race, you wouldn't be able to know anything about this thing because you don't have mana veins like normal.
I'm an idiot.
Yeah, when it comes to magic,
In that regard.
As you continue on, James a few times almost falling out of the cart, but Shun yet seeming to almost drag Essa back over towards him every time it seems to happen, kind of pushing him towards. The lot of you continue on. Shun yet does note a few trees that she kind of moves you towards Essa towards the 5th hour, where you see some very obvious scratch marks, now only being about a less than a quarter mile from the village itself, you can definitely see the massive claw marks of the four-clawed Arctic mane. That looks like it's starting to put together that might have been the creature you saw.
So this thing has a big territory for being just an Arctic mane.
Given the fact that you just traveled a few hours and your cart goes, I believe it's like 6 miles per hour. Yeah, there's you'd guess this creature has a very vast amount of territory, not without knowing anything.
How fast it moved, so.
Yep. As you come into town, though, the town kind of expands out. Many more of the shops having built in, and actually open now as you come into town. A few of the shops from earlier now having their windows with wood taken off, and actual glass being put into a few of them. The Druid Grove looking to be currently closed off right now, as it looks like there's a lot of activity going around inside of it, as you can hear a scuffle going on. But it looks like there's a closed sign on the front door. As you kind of enter into town, though, you spot up about 5 shops that have now popped up on the main street that have fully come into full size now. 4 shops other than the Frozen Grove, the grove that you had just seen. You see you catch the attention of the Cross Candle Magic Shop. It looks to be a very 2-story large hamlet with a huge iron stove that you can see in one of the windows. It seems to be piping with some sort of weird fish-like creature on top of it that's cooking. You do see inside of it what looks to be a kobold that is white as ice, with bright blue nails, walking about, doing business with a couple of frost giants that have come in. The kobold being very tiny and looking like it's shouting up towards the giants. Another shop that kind of pops up, a magic, or what you realize is just generally a magic smithy, called Graal's Arsenal. It looks to be a 2-story, half-timbered building with a slightly slated roof, and very bright, smooth stone floor, unlike most of the other shops that have mostly wooden floors. And inside you can kind of see a bunch of shields that seem to be kind of shattered or destroyed with different nobility signs hang up on them. You do see a very old looking frost giant in there, kind of sitting behind the counter, rocking back and forth as he pulls on his very long beard. I'll list out all these in the chat here in a minute for you as well, don't worry. You also see a place called Nane and Scroll, which you immediately realize is a large bookshop that's been opened up that sells magic scrolls specifically, as well as wizard books like grimoires and such. And then the last building that catches your attention is the inn called the Last Fires Inn, that looks to be a 3-story, 4-building wide looking inn that's just well designed to the nines, with what looks to be little magical lights that pop up as you pass by. They seem to flash in different colors. As you look in, you see invisible servants. Rather just their floating hands carrying drinks floating about to different customers as people laugh and joke. Inside you see a very large-looking Eric Cochran, who seems to be smiling and joking as a bunch of leather-armored city guards seem to be inside the inn, kind of drinking and having a good time themselves. As you look about.
Eric Cochran?
You have not. None of you have ever seen one.
Do you have any experience with curses or anything? Because I do not.
I mean, what? There's a chance. Yeah, would I? There's a chance.
No. There's so little that travel. It'd be very unlikely you would know it off the top of your head.
All right.
Sorry to tell you.
The best I could think is to go check with the magic shop and see if they have any.
All right. I'll try and get some lodging.
Okay.
I also want to talk to that Eric Cochran.
Yeah.
If you would mind asking Shemyetz to watch James.
I mean, she can fully understand you.
Okay. I will ask
You could
Sonia
just ask.
directly. Do you want to be so kind as to guard James in his delirious state?
She looks up at you with puppy dog eyes as she sits and puts her paw up, waiting to see what you'll do.
Promised her a treat when
A
we got
deal,
back
I
to
see.
town.
Fine, and I give him. It's probably not wise to pass out frost giant bones in the middle of the city. You got any other foods?
We would have dried meats.
I mean, there's dried
Rations.
meat in like whole rations. I could give her some like dried meat.
All right.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I also want note you left the Arctic maids back at the thing. So
Yeah, we did the weird jerky-bodied Arctic
You
meat.
seem a bit, worried about our delirious friend James here.
No, that's fair. Also, I'm just gonna add this so that way if you ever like, yeah, we want to go back here, I'm gonna put what city this is so you have that for your own notes. And I'll spell it right this time, Cheston, I promise. Because I got it wrong on the map and I fixed it. Don't worry. Yeah. As you toss her some rations, she bites into it hungrily and seems to shake your hand. She kind of then curls up into the cart on top of James.
Okay.
BK seems to haw annoyed and irritably.
Thank you, BK, for taking us here, and I give him an apple.
As you do so, he stops grumbling, and you see the smile of the big teeth as he bites into the apple.
I guess I'm off to talk to the that kobold. I'll go wait in line there.
I'm gonna go talk to the Eric Cochran.
All right, and James is gonna sit there and pet the dog.
Yep.
Yeah, as he just kind of sits there outside as BK kind of gets. I assume you tie up BK at the inn and kind of like outside. There's not a stable at this inn. No. There's a rail out front that a couple of wolves are tied to that have like saddles and stuff on them.
I'll tie BK up.
As you do, BK kind of stares at the wolves as they seem to look at him and start licking their lips, and he'll look back at you with like eyes ready to cry.
I'll move him over one spot. One spot away from the
As you do, you see Shanyet's like head kind of leans over the side of the cart, and the other wolves seem to kind of like move slightly off away from BK now.
That's my girl.
We'll start with.
You wanna fuck with us?
Yeah, we'll start with you as Essa heads further into town. We'll start with Roloman heading into the inn.
First thing, I'm eyeing up this Eric Cochran.
Yeah.
If I can see him before.
As you look at this Eric Cochran, you come out and see this 2-foot tall, owl-like figure.
Okay.
Who is wearing full like black metal armor underneath what looks to be a like very bloated out piece of Noblewoman's clothing just to cover the armor to make it look a little friendlier. As he kind of joyously jumps around and seems to flutter up towards the giants whenever they order something. However, as you notice with your martial instincts, something catches your attention. The way the giants speak to this Eric Cochran has a lot of respect for how you've seen frost giants been talk to like Regan Utham or in the example of seeing Pierre.
Yeah. Roman's thinking maybe a visiting noble or something.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any sigils on them?
He does not. However, you do. Will also note that you notice the armor on him is not. He seems to move around in clunkily, like it's not familiar to him.
Oh, okay. All right.
But he seems to kind of fly about for a few moments, getting drinks out. A couple of other, what looks to be kind of like half giant, frost giants mixed with like some sort of kobolds and other like scaled-like creatures, seem to kind of work about as waiters and waitresses. As he kind of flutters down towards you as he sees you come in, and gets down on the ground and looks up at you and goes, in giant, he goes, "Giant!" And then he switches over to common and goes, "Or common."
Whatever is more comfortable for you.
"Oh, giant," as he continues in. "It's a lot easier for the locals if you don't speak a funny language in front of them. How may I do you for, good sir?"
Greetings. Name's Roloman. I'm here looking to get some rooms and some food for me and my companions.
He looks at you and goes, well, I can do rooms. They're about 5 silver piece for a week for 1 room. And then we got boar and wolf stew. If you pay for the room for the week, you get meals for the week included. Hot baths are a gold piece. As far as it goes, otherwise, that's pretty much it.
Ah, sounds reasonable. And I will pay a gold and a half, so 15 silver.
He looks at it and he takes it and goes, you see him kind of bites down on the gold piece and as he looks over and goes, okay. And he kind of smiles. He then goes back, kind of flutters his wings up and goes towards the desk. As he comes back, he hands you a key that is in the shape of an owl, with the mark of the Collective of Pyrus right below it, which is pretty easy to distinguish given Utham's city and how many times you would have seen it around there amongst other like adventurers and members who've been traveling. As he hands you the key, he goes, well, welcome into the last fire inn. If you can sing, we are welcome to the stage by the fire pit. If you can't sing, drink enough and see you might be able to find the courage.
I gritted that and was like, maybe I'll try that.
He smiles and goes, can't be worse than my locals. Also, I should introduce to myself, I am Drekin. They call me the Forgotten. It's a funny joke. I am the leader of the city guard here. I got put in charge because, well, the Frozen Grove has more things important to manage these days, like the local bringing of what they had the gift they just got that we're not allowed to talk about. All under Utham's decision. Yeah, it's Regan Utham's has made it clear that we're not supposed to speak on it, so apologies if I don't.
No issue.
But yes, I serve as the head of the city guard. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. And I'll be if you see me patrolling the streets at night and you have been attacked, feel free to come and reach out to me. I'm quite capable. As he kind of tries to flex the very tiny body that he has.
No doubt in your abilities. I will also say, my company, the Ironheart Merchant Company, are here on business. Appertaining to that, we are serving as guards as well here.
Oh, you're the one that was sent down by Boloff before he got fired. Oh, we appreciate your help.
Excuse me? We were there for that, weren't we?
Yeah, you saw that. Yeah, you saw him get exiled.
I don't say that then.
He looks at you and goes, yes, so, now that Boloff's no longer there, we were worried you wouldn't keep the contract, so I assume you're still fine as long as payment stays the same?
Yes. And if it's no bother, it might head out on. If we get attacked and they flee, we might chase. If that is all right.
Oh, we've got other groups that are also patrolling the area, so don't feel bad about chasing and hunting down monsters or just deciding to leave one day without saying anything. We'll assume if we don't see you by nightfall, either you got eaten or you've taken on to something else, and we'll pay you if you ever come back to do more work. I've got and he pulls out a tiny scroll, and you see it is on it it reads Ring of Truth. And as he kind of looks up at you and smiles, and he goes, "It's a spell I bought from this cleric fella. Apparently, it makes it so you can't tell a lie. He called it Detect Something, but I wrote on it Ring of Truth to make it easier." He kind of rolls it up and put it away.
Well, we can try it right now.
Yes.
My name is Roland.
Oh, okay. He pulls it back out, and he reads. You hear him read in Draconic, detect. Let me pull up the exact spell because I don't have the character sheet pulled up right now.
Lies.
Give me a second, because I don't remember what it is. It detect lies in 30.5?
James,
I don't know.
actually.
That's
It
what he
just
said.
feels James.
It does. It just feels James. As he does, you hear it, or as you say this, he looks at you for a moment. Give me an intelligence save.
Oh, cool.
Or not intelligence save. Sorry, will save.
Will save.
God damn it! It mixes up.
+1 to that. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
The good news, Dan, is if you mention any kind of mental save, there's only one kind of mental save.
Yeah, it makes it easy.
18.
18.
I assume this is probably for me to beat the DC. To
You failed the DC. Give me an intelligence check now. To see how deep he gets.
In my fucking name? Oh, it's probably detect thoughts. That's probably what.
It is detect
It is fully detect thoughts.
10.
10. All right. He as he starts to like reach into your mind. What are the things you're thinking about right now, Roland?
Part of him is thinking about James's condition right now and hoping that Essa is able to find something to get it removed, and also completely giving it a full analysis of how I could absolutely destroy this Derek in front of me.
All right. As you as you look at this, he just you see the look of fear in his eyes for a moment, kind of pass over, and he looks at you and goes, "You're not lying." He smiles and like.
What did he say in Draconic?
In Draconic, all he is or he's oh, that's right, you do know Draconic. He reads out detect thoughts.
It seems you do not have a detect truth or lie spell. That is a detect thoughts spell.
And looks at you and goes, "Yes, and you're planning to kill me. You're thinking about killing me or ruining. I don't recommend that.
Just make you ease of mind. I do that with everyone I meet. You never know when someone might turn on you. You know. You have to be ready at all times. I hope you understand.
That's not healthy."
What do you mean? Why, that is what every person reasonably does. Yes.
About your friend James, as he continues fully changes subject.
You saw that too. Yes.
Yes, I'd recommend a meeting with, Nainin or, Yuk. Either of them should be able to help you. Nainin may be able to sell you a scroll, but, between me and you, she's gonna charge you an Iron Man leg, 'cause she's the only, person around here who can do scroll magic, or so she thinks. Yuk, the old bastard that he is, might have a scroll, to fix your friend of remove curse, if that's what you're looking for, kind of smiles and goes, he's a very old and very capable Viking that was used to apparently travel back in the day with Ogier in his youth. Retired, he can't do much these days, but he kept all of his treasure, and I hear he'll part with it if you can give him an interesting enough story, or if you gain his respect.
Hey, what was the first name?
Oh, the Nainin of Nainin's scroll. Yeah. She's also a retired Vikinger who is kind of a... Well, you'll understand when you meet her. She's a bear of a woman.
All right.
I'll put down the names to the shops or names of the people as you get them. Don't worry.
Okay.
So that way it'll help. Because I'm not going to give you your full notes, but I figure the names, at the very least, I can...
Yeah. All right. I appreciate the help.
He smiles.
For what you saw.
And he goes,
or heard. Is it heard or saw or seen? Did you see or did you hear?
I heard all of your thoughts. Also the thing about I did see a little bit about a kobold woman. Good on you. Good on you. He just kind of looks up at you and goes, good to know. It's I guess when you go primitive, you don't go back. As he kind of gives a cheerful chirp at that, and kind of turns and flutters away, back to the other or a couple of the other guards, and bringing out the drinks and making jokes and laughing in giant about some story about him.
All right.
Guys, we have a person that we can sell the story to get shit. Let's go. Save me.
Yes. I will head out, make sure the cart's still where it was, and BK's not eaten. James is still in there.
Yeah, as you head out, we'll pop back to you in a moment. Essa, you're heading to the Cross Candles, you said, because you wanted to check out the kobold or the shop with the kobold.
Yeah, a magic item shop's probably the place to start.
Okay. Yeah, you as you head towards the shop, the blazing fire as soon as you open up completely warms you up, or so it should, as the entire shop has a very cold, icy breeze about the entire area that, even with the cold clothing, kind of makes you slightly shudder at the feeling. As you see this kobold come out, I'm wearing a very fancy merchant's garb, a very clear noble sigil on his left breast. Very obviously a male as he looks at you. He walks over with his bright blue claws, or ice-like claws. He holds out his hands and smiles at you and goes, "My name is Jocks. May I assist you? Apologies, I don't see many of my kind in these parts."
Yeah. As I'll shake his hand, which I'm assuming is why he's putting his hand out.
Yeah, as you do so, he shakes back, and you feel the very icy cold touch of his hand. You start to realize most of the cold wind you feel emanates from him as you look about. The stove itself still cooking and heating up around it. As you do shake hands, though, you see as magical items start popping up all across the shelves. A shop that looked semi-normal and docile from the outside originally, with very little interesting items on the actual shelves themselves, suddenly turns into what looks to be a full forge with different bits and bobs of magic materials, leather armors, weapons, and a couple of pieces of hide gear. As he looks at you and smiles and goes, "Sorry, I have to shake my hands to allow the magic to work. Otherwise, it makes it too easy to rob."
That's fair. I'm Essa. I came here first. I have a bit of a problem with a friend who got first by an item.
Oh. In the distance.
You're not here.
He's actually increased his wisdom so high that he knows.
He can sense
I can
everything.
hear you.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining following
I'm
me.
still wise. I just can't talk.
He looks. Jox looks at you though as interesting. I would recommend Nanan or Yuk. I'm not much for the enchanting in that kind of sense. My magic shop sells more gear with enchantments rather than spell scrolls or effects.
Yeah, I see that, and I'll probably come back after I get the curse fixed. As I kind of look around at the shelves.
Yeah, you spot fireboar leather, you spot wolf and boar hide, Arctic mane hide, bones, some magical items you don't know what the hell they do as they are very foreign looking. Bits and bobs, a couple of weapons here and there. It looks to be a very big conglomerate of what you'd expect in a smithy's shop. However, a little more grotesque in their designs, almost slightly fleshy for many of the items.
Grotesque fits Essa really well with the kind of thing she likes to take from monsters.
It works. As you look about, you also do notice a large Arctic mane head kind of mounted up at the very back of the shop, looking very similar to the creature that the one you had seen that was stalking you.
Oh. Interesting. So he mentioned two names, right? 'Cause he mentioned Nanan and he mentioned...
Yuk.
Yuk. Which one would probably be easier to work with? I know not everyone's easy to, work best of times.
He smiles and goes, "Yuk will give you things for free. The easiest way to tell you. Nanan, she'll charge you a premium and a half."
Uh-huh. Where can I find Yuk?
He starts laughing, and as he smiles, he goes, "Just down the street a little bit, and Grall's Arsenal. It's hard to miss. Big magic item shop and smithy. He's been trying to run me out of town. Better crafter, but in my opinion, his stuff is a lot more limited because he doesn't do custom. Also, I work with some of the top items materials you can buy. He just puts together things he found on his trips."
Uh-huh. I'm gonna deal with the curse, then I'm gonna come back, because I have some items I'm looking for.
Jock smiles and goes, "I'm always happy to have another one of our own in these parts. It's rare we find kobolds around here, so he goes, but I can't help but ask, if you don't mind, what clan do you belong to?"
Oh no, is this a bad question?
So DM, I'm gonna assume, from what I can pick up, I mentioned that he's probably from the nation right next to us, right? The Kobold Collective, maybe. 'Cause I'm not...
As you look at, if you want to give me a knowledge nobility, as you can see the little crest he has on his shirt vest that he's not hiding. You can try and see if you can figure out what it is.
Yeah, let's do that. That's a 17.
As you look it up and down, you recognize the clan Snowclaw. One of the few clans that almost managed to remove Zurit from his position when he took power. And a Ice Dragon clan that specifically lives in the same city as Zurit, currently as a subservient group. They don't have any kobold kin that have ever been noted of their clan.
I see what's happening here, DM. I see what's happening here. Do I have a clan name?
You do not in your situation, or that would be up to you on whether or not you would have come or stayed with your clan long enough, or if you would have been left or not.
I didn't take my clan's name as I kind of lower the shoulder cover to show the mark of the soldier mark from Diamond's death.
As he looks you up and down and goes, "Oh, a commonborn. My apologies. I thought, given your appearance."
No, not a commonborn. Just didn't care for clan life. Didn't want to stick around.
Oh, well, he kind of smiles and goes, "I understand. I was similar myself. I couldn't stand the stiflingness of our overlords and chose to make it of my own right. Good way to make money nowadays is to do some traveling, and I do enjoy the cold here." But he kind of smiles at you and goes, I am sympathetic. If you do need anything while you're out and about, don't hesitate to ask. Those of us who choose to go against the grain do need to stick out together and all.
I'll just give him a nod before I start heading over to meet with this guy to see what I can deal. Let's see if I have a good story for him.
All right, as you start heading out back down the road, seeing clearly down this isn't a very large town. There's only a few. There's a main road that has most of the businesses on it. Seeing Roloman and James kind of sitting or kind of standing outside the cart or outside the inn, and as James seems to have closed his eyes. And he's slightly snoring now, Roloman. You see as Essa comes out of the store at the end of the street, or out of the shop.
Anything happen? I ask Shanyet.
As you look over to Shanyet, you see she kind of pulls her head up, looks over at you. The two snow wolves off to the side, who have now fully pulled themselves to the very end of the little like tie off. Just like shakes her head and thumps her tail a few times on James as she kind of leans her head back down and goes back to staring at them.
Okay. I will head out. Do I see Essa?
Oh yeah, you see as Essa's heading down or coming towards you. And it seems to kind of be angling towards the center of the street, towards one of the stores where you see a very clear design of what looks to be a bunch of weapons, like all tied together, and the word "Grawl" written beneath it in giant. Gral, yeah.
Okay. That's not where Yuke is it?
That is exactly where Yuke is.
Oh, okay.
That's Yuke's shop.
Yeah, as you kind of jog up to catch up, leaving James there. James, as you begin to snore, you're on the outside. You fall into deeper and deeper meditation. However, due to the deepness of the meditation, you find your body is physically just passes out as you begin to explore your mind deeper. In a sense, lucid dreaming, yeah. But yeah, Roloman and Essa, as you find yourself at James in spirit, literally. James lucid dreaming himself into the position.
Astral projection. I'm there.
As you find yourselves kind of going into the shop, it opens up and the heavy smell of smoke, very thick smell of like meat cooking, with like a strong like herbal scent. As you look over, this very wide-looking, very old-looking storm giant. Or at first you think he's a storm giant due to the hair color, though. With his size, he's too large to be a storm giant. As he stretches out on a very big, rocking chair, cooking some meat over an open fire. He looks over at you and points towards the shields on the walls and goes, "Any of you belong to one of these?" As he you see a cigar in his mouth, kind of like going up and down, almost as if it's slightly glued to his lower lip.
Do we belong to any of these?
Are there markings?
You see a bunch of shields on the wall that are slightly shattered and broken in different ways. None of them match any of the houses you recognize. Some of them catch your attention as houses that no longer exist, but none of them that catch your eye. Knowledge and ability if you want to look for anything specific, or if you're looking for anything interesting or specific.
I'm getting a quick glance, making sure it's
18.
not bothersome.
18. Only one thing that catches your eye almost extremely is that you see Movasi's sigil on one of the shields completely destroyed. That's hanging up on the wall. And as you kind of say, "Wow," he looks over and he goes, "Oh, well, caught him when he was young. O'Garen thought it'd be funny to if we could go and poke a bunch of cyclone bison off of a cloud onto a dragon city." And he kind of like spits into a jug off to the corner as he continues grilling this big chunk of meat, and he flips it over, and he goes, "So, we launched we get this herd going off. Well, turns out he has Movasi's clan is down right beneath it. Didn't even know it. So, big old Daddy Movasi, not the king that their king they call nowadays. But his father, we end up dropping one of these bison on his head, and he gets up in an uproar. Well, turns out Daddy Movasi wasn't a dragon. Turns out he was a dragon. He was a Tarrasque with 2 rings of intelligence stuck to his testicles that made him so smart that he was able to trick the dragons into making think he was a dragon. I don't know who had the brass to put those things on that poor Tarrasque, but I tell you, whoever did led to a great fight. We didn't ever fight Movasi. God forbid, I wouldn't want to put him down personally. But his father went toe-to-toe with him. If you look at the back of one of the pieces of the shield, you can actually find a piece of his carapace I managed to tear off. O'Garen tore a tooth off of the poor bastard and took it home with him.
I chuckle at his story. It's a mighty trophy then.
It really was. It really was. I wish I could have gotten one of those rings, though. Would have been much better of a story to show. I got the testicle of a Tarrasque with a ring of intelligence around it.
Yes. I look to Essa. Do you want to lead or do you want me to lead?
I'll lead.
Okay, as you turn back, he kind of sets the meat on the table and like starts preparing it and looks over at you expectingly.
Our friend got cursed, and we were told you might be able to help.
Depends on the curse. Is he stupid or smart?
Like after the curse, stupid.
That tells me a lot. I might be able to help him. What do he do?
You know those cursed coats that noble casters wear?
Oh yeah, only an idiot would be willing to pick up one of those damn things.
Yeah, he picked one up.
He just kind of sighs and goes, "Alright," and kind of like reaches down beneath the table and pulls out a bottle of what looks to be a really rough bottle of homemade wine that he uncorks, pours into a wooden glass, and starts drinking on it as he cuts some steak or some meat. And he goes, "So, you want me to help this stupid fella? What do I get out of it?"
We were told you like stories, right?
I enjoy a tale or two if they're interesting enough.
Rollman, you want to tell one, or do you want me to?
I got this.
Nah, fair enough. I'll take the back seat.
So, 3 of us are in a caravan, out on a job, looking to find some, what are they called again? Landerkin eggs, worth a pretty penny. And when we stumble upon a small cave we believe might be house one of these, Essa here goes up, checks it out. It's a pretty big egg. Oddly colored, though. We do a bit more investigating. Turns out there's a Landerkin that got forcibly mated with by green wormling.
You're telling me a dragon fucked basically a cow?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
No way.
It's not the end though.
Uh-huh. Oh, there's more? Oh, okay.
Yes.
He looks at you
After we
interested
found
now.
that out, we didn't want to touch that, so we put it back where we found it. We
What?
got out of there,
Mm-hmm.
and then we saw a whole clan of green dragons.
Kind of chuckles and goes, I remember fighting green dragons. Their acid poison gas and all that. No, not a fun time.
Mm-hmm.
You're forgetting the part where we found the fact out that the Landerkin killed the wormling.
That is true. Yeah, after the Landerkin promptly killed the wormling, so they didn't really find much to.
You're telling me a dragon got its ass kicked by the equivalent of one of these fire boars, and after fucking it, or you tell me there are dragons out there that fuck these creatures? Huh? And he kind of like plays with his beard for a second as he's like chewing.
I was about to ask.
You got proof of this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Alexian got kind of like looking at you. It goes,
I'm just gonna come back with the skull.
as you do, yeah, as you come back in, bringing the skull, and he looks over it and he goes, "That's a that's a dragon's skull." Ain't no way. He pulls out something, a little like custom like item he has, as he goes up and holds his hand out and goes, "Young man, give me your hand."
All right.
And he kind of,
I don't sense any bad intentions by this, do I?
you don't see that he's armed.
Okay.
I mean, as far as goes, you can give me a sense motive if you want to sense to see if he's doing something that's dangerous to you.
Yeah. Is it a similar item to what the?
It looks to be
had?
it looks to be a ring. And as you look at it, it does not have any like identifiable things other than it's a very bright gold ring. And that would be.
Plus, sense motive. All right. So that's +3.
Mm-hmm.
$11.
He doesn't seem to have any ill intention towards you.
All right. I'll put my hand there.
Yeah. As you hold out your hand, he takes it, and for a moment, you feel something bother you, or like a tingling in your hand, as a rush of almost warmth comes through you, and he looks up as you look up at the giant, or the very old giant. His eyes begin to glow for a second, and then as he lets go of your hand just as soon, he smiles and goes, "Well, you'd be dead right now if you were telling me a lie, so that tells me everything." He takes the ring.
Powerful magic then, huh?
He takes the ring off, and you see a very bright burn mark on his finger, and you can see very clearly where there are other burn marks on his other fingers from it.
I see some side effects as well.
And he looks at you and smiles, and he goes, "You kids these days don't understand how magic used to work. Back when I was a young man, magic items had side effects, and when they went off, they all had, whether you used them positively or negatively, they always had side effects." And
I assume the side effect is you take some form of damage.
Yeah, it burns like a bastard until, and eventually it'll take my soul if I'm wearing it, and if I die with it on. But it's really good at telling me when people are lying to me. Yeah.
As you see, the tale is true.
He smiles and he goes, "Yeah, I'm curious, if you don't mind my asking. Do you happen to know what Dragon Clan it was? That'd be a hell of a thing to tell Regan Utham later."
I could not tell, Essa, if you recall. Is there anything you
Do
can...
you want me to roll, and do I get a plus to it?
You can roll a knowledge nobility,
This
and
totally isn't racism.
it is not a bonus to it, because this would be from a territory you're not from. That would be racism to assume. 18.
That's not why I was asking, because I was tied to a group that was very integral to nobility. That's why I asked.
Well, yeah, but and in this case, as you think back, most of the Green Dragon clans were wiped out or pushed to non-importance by this point.
So I can't think of one.
Correct.
I just shake my head now.
As you do so, he kind of looks back over at Rollman and smiles. All right, he kind of begins again as he puts his wine back down and stands up. The many scars throughout his body, as they're clearly shown through his clothing. He kind of smiles for a moment and goes, "Give me a minute." And pulls out a large chest out of a small bag on his hip and sets it down, opens it up. You see the teeth sprout out as it starts trying to the creature starts trying, or the chest starts trying to chew on the giant's hands as he kind of smacks it away every few seconds, digging in it.
I have my hand on my sword, but I'm not pulling it out.
Yeah, as you do so, he doesn't even seem to take note. Never feel smacks it again. He pulls something out and shuts it, slams it shut, and then puts it back into the bag. And he looks over at you and he hands you a little coin, specifically a sapphire gemstone shaped coin. So this is an actual gemstone instead of a silver coin in the sense.
Okay.
As he hands it to you, you see a magic rune on it that clearly, as you look through it, seems to cloud the sapphire around the area, but otherwise the gemstone seems almost perfectly clear. He looks at you and goes, "All right, you're gonna take this. You're gonna gently put it on the forehead of the cursed victim, and it should work. Now, I don't know what gently means in your situation, because it's gently for me. So I'm going to recommend you slam as hard as you can against his head, and that should fix the curse. Or it'll kill him. One of the two."
And what's the side effect?
It might kill him.
That's the side effect.
He gave us the side effect.
Yeah, if you slam him in the head too hard with it, it'll just go right through his skull. It's literally an actual gemstone. It's not it's not going to shatter or anything. It's going to hurt when you hit him in the head with it.
All right. We appreciate this.
He nods and goes, "If you're looking for any other items, I'm always happy to help. If you are happen to go back up towards Purser's last hold, tell Thrid that he still owes me for the training, and I'm still waiting to collect. I'm not dead yet, and the bastard needs to come down here."
Debts. You hate having them.
Well, I trained the little shit and gave him and let him take over the shop up there. To be fair, I took this shop from his father. Grawl was a good man. But the gemstone there didn't work on him, unfortunately.
No. Did you not use it gently?
No, I did, just a little too gently.
A little too gently.
Yeah.
There's a sweet spot.
Sort of a sweet spot.
Yeah. Well.
Can you demonstrate if you use it, slam it gently against anything that's not a person that's affected by curse? Does it do anything?
Not really, not that I know of. I don't know why you'd use it, though, on a person who wasn't cursed.
Oh, I was merely asking if you could demonstrate what gently means to you, so I may see it.
Kind of puts his finger down on the wood table beneath him and cracks it in half with a slight pressure. About that.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And you
Thank you. Once again.
As you kind of go walking out of the shop, you hear two giants kind of whispering on around the side. Not quietly, but just enough to be not heard by inside the shop. As you walk out, one of them goes, Can you believe someone actually bought something from that shop? The last guy that did ended up getting a cursed robe."
Oh, hey! I stop immediately and ask them,
The irony.
"Who was this?"
The giants look at you, look down at you and go, "Who the hell are you?"
A member of the Ironheart Merchant Company coming here to serve as guard.
"I don't care what you are. You look like a fucking slave as far as I'm concerned. Who do you belong to around here? Maybe you should go deal with your master, you worthless piece of crap. Your species isn't even worth the land it walks on." And the other one behind him just keeps nodding along.
I find that insulting, but I belong to nobody. I'm a free man.
Oh, yeah, sure. Free man thinks in these lands, yeah, right. Like Regan Utham would ever let something as weak and as unsavory as you walk around freely. Go get back to your masters already.
So you're not answering my question?
He looks at you and goes, I don't speak to slaves.
I'll say in giant, I am not a slave.
He speaks back in giant and goes, congratulations, you speak a tongue your masters taught you. Now go away. And he looks over to the other giant and continuing in giant goes, I can't believe slaves these days. All think they have rights just because Regan Utham doesn't let us sacrifice them anymore.
Interesting. Sacrifices.
Both of them
I'll be
turn.
walking again.
Yeah, both
I'm
of them
not
turn and
talking
leave.
anymore.
Yeah. All right. Essa, what are you doing during that interaction?
I was just waiting to see if I had to do something, but I really don't.
No? As you turn back, following after the enrollment, yeah.
Roman, do you want to slam the thing on his head, or do you want me to?
I'm sure I have the rage to do it gently.
All right.
The range to do it gently.
As you walk over, you see the two wolves are now gone. You see the very bored-looking Shunyet just laying there, kind of like watching you come towards the cart.
I'd like to lay James out, and I'm gonna hold his head steady.
All right. As you kind of go in and pull him out of the cart and laying him down, James, you're brought out of your meditation as you your eyes flutter awake. As you see, Essa kind of pulls you out, gets behind you, I assume kind of holds your head slightly as they're leaning down, and you see as Rollman is getting over top of you with a big gemstone that's about the size of your head.
I just nod. Go.
Can you close your eyes for me, James? I close his eyes.
Put your hands slowly push his eyelids down. Does James resist?
Your hand.
Good luck resisting with strength of 4.
Yeah, James being confused, kind of eyes closed. Rollman pulls his hand away and gets ready to swing. James's eyes pop back open. Rollman, make your attack. James is now panicking. Yeah.
Danger! I'm wise. This is danger.
This would be considered an unarmed strike in this situation.
Okay, so I just have +5 to this.
Plus, wouldn't this basically be a touch attack?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, technically you're prone, so it's gonna hit regardless. But I wanted to see if he crits.
18.
All right. I assume you don't have improved critical to crit on an 18. Okay.
That's 18 after the roll.
Yeah.
So that's only a 13.
Oh, fair. Yeah, as you slam into his head, go ahead and roll a damage. It will be 2d8 worth of damage for the gemstone.
2d8? Oh, you should live.
My God.
Plus your...
I will make it non-lethal, by the way.
It is non-lethal, but it's the question is he going to stay conscious or not?
He might just get knocked out.
I don't think he'll die.
No, just not.
Won't.
Yeah, that's not that bad. 12.
Yeah, James, as you panically open your eyes, suddenly Roman with this gemstone just comes in and starts swinging at your head as hard as he can and slams into your forehead. As you're hit in the head by Roman, watch as all of you see the gemstone glows brightly for a moment, then shatters to pieces as James's forehead now has a big bright stamp of the remove curse, rune on his forehead. For a moment, as James kind of shakes his head, the curse removing itself, the spell dissipates, and he is back to normal.
Ow!
That's a word.
Here's another one. Fuck!
It was effective.
Blood now coming down from a cut on his skull.
Sorry about that. Probably that's the only way to administer it.
You see in the distance the very old frost giant laughing like no other from the window.
James is smiling because he knows that they don't know that that's not how it really works.
That's exactly how it works. What are you talking about?
And James is gonna look at him and go, "You could have just touched it to me."
Nope, had to hit it.
Now, he said that if he did too gently, they died, so...
And I trust him. He seems like a good guy.
I'm just smiling at the man, and you know what? Fair play. I give him a thumbs up. Fucking elderly frost guy.
As he turns and goes back to his shop away from the window, you will see as Shunyet looks over, and James, for a moment, you hear, "Man, I really was hoping that the fat one would die."
Oh.
What?
Wait a minute. I look at Shunyet. Did you just talk?
You hear the response again. Of course I can talk, you idiot. I've been speaking this entire time. How do you think I scared off the two that were going to try and eat you as soon as the big one left?
What language are they speaking?
This creature is speaking. This is an animal. So this is as if he had the spell Speak with Animals.
Only he can do this?
Yes, correct.
Well, thank you for protecting me.
You're fat and smell like cheese.
That doesn't sound like a you're welcome to me.
I owe you a special dinner. How is that?
I ate all of your rations when I got the chance. Also, while you were asleep, I farted in your face about 4 times. I hope you know that I tell you this because I know you can't understand me.
Not knowing any of this is being said.
No, you just see James is staring at Shunyet.
Yeah. I want to pet Shunyet at, like, I guess a sweet spot I may have found earlier that they like being pet. Get a good stitch.
She seems to smile and say, yes, that is exactly how I expect my servants to pet me. Ah, you're a good servant. This is why I allow you to ride on my back.
James is just gonna look over at BK and go, "You okay, buddy?"
BK looks over you, and in your head you hear the hawing of a donkey.
Oh.
Wait.
Buddy.
Wait a minute.
I don't know if I'm hallucinating or because you hit me so hard or whatnot, but I think I hear Shunyet talking.
Out of game. This has happened before in Wolf's campaign. This donkey might actually be able to talk.
As James stands up.
Well, I got us some rooms, so maybe you can go lie down for a bit.
First, we should report to whoever we need to about the water elementals and Arctic mains.
I mean, I can do that if you want. You're kind of hurt.
Obviously, you hear from Shunyet once more. Obviously, you should report about the big smelly one. He was planning to eat you because he likes shiny armor.
I'm not wearing anything shiny.
Thankfully, the person we have to talk to is also at the inn.
Great.
Oh.
I also want to report about the Death Ore there, because that is a pretty precious resource, and Regan Utham may want to mine it for purposes.
I also picked this up after the cloak absorbed something out of it, or it touched it and then this turned a different color. That presents the gray lyrium.
I'm gonna look at it and go, I'm not touching that actually. I've touched enough things that have caused me problems today.
That's fair.
Try again tomorrow.
Oh, because you probably don't remember, the cloak's in the chest.
Oh, yes, store it up in that chest.
Great. We're gonna sell that while we're here.
Whoa, yeah.
And you hear again Shunyet go, I wonder if he's realized the big Arctic mane is still watching us yet.
Well,
let's head to the inn.
Spot check to try and see if I can spot anywhere that it can hide.
Yeah, feel free.
Fucking.
As the rest of the party turns to head into the inn.
Please see it. I want to make friends with it.
Okay. As you turn, you see, as you look around, you see a kind of shorter frost giant looking to be kind of young in their teenage years with very bright white hair walking about, though they do seem to have a very scarred up eye that Shunyet kind of keeps watching. But otherwise, you don't see anything else that catches your eye other than a couple other frost giants.
I'm just going to look at it and go, is he disguised as a giant?
As you say this out loud, the rest of the party finally hearing you talking and looking at Shunyet. Shunyet just kind of like
too hard.
Shit turns her head to the side and then looks at you. You don't hear her voice anymore though.
James, how many fingers am I holding up?
I look at you. You're holding up how many?
I don't know. Guess.
Fuck you.
I'm holding up 3.
Yeah, as you turn and start heading into the inn, a couple of the frost giant guards come kind of walking out, laughing and joking as they head out onto patrol. As you pass by, the doors very high up. You pass under the doors completely. A lot of you. as you kind of come in, you do see the small owl folk kind of flopping or flying around as he seems to be cleaning tables. As now the inn itself looks to be empty.
Okay, with me being a leather worker and smith, he's definitely not fit for that armor, is he?
Looking him up and down, you can give me a praise check to see.
I have head damage.
Yeah, your head's
Finally.
bleeding.
You have head damage.
You're still trying to get over the fact that the wolf was talking to you, and that BK seems to apparently think he hawing in his head. A lot of things don't make sense right now.
I will also
I'm gonna
tell
have to
each of
check
them that
myself
the
out
Aarakocra is the head of the guard.
Okay.
I'll see if I can flag him down since he's pointed out as head of the guard.
Yeah, Drekken kind of comes flying down, almost lickety split. Again, very short gentleman, in his full plate, wearing the nobleman's clothing over it. Yes.
Is he taller than me or shorter than me?
He's like 2 feet tall.
He is 2 feet tall.
He is shorter than me.
Yeah.
So James knows how it feels to be made fun of for being short. So James is gonna do nothing, just be very polite and respectful at this point because it's not worth it.
He looks up at you and goes, "Are you calling me short?"
No.
Yes, I feel like you're insinuating that I'm short.
Never.
I can, I can sense your thoughts, right?
He can't sense your thoughts right now, James. Don't worry.
You see the smile on the Eric Cochran's face go as he looks at
But
you.
if he looks
we're
at
gonna-
that thingy,
You are
We're
the
gonna
head of
see.
the guard here, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna see if he can read thoughts. Essa thinks, I don't know why they're calling us so short. We're all kind of short compared to the giants.
You do not see any sort of notable like change on the creature's or on the person's face, though, as he looks about.
He can't read my mind.
As you think this in your head, he looks about and goes, "So if any of you are thinking that I can't read your mind, just so you know, I did hear that."
that seems like an obvious thing to say.
And goes, "And so does the peanut butter and jelly sandwich that everyone always thinks about."
I mentally
What?
scream very loudly and see if he gets a reaction out of him.
Does not seem to faze him as he looks at
Okay.
you.
But
But
move on.
you're not sure if he's acting or if he's telling the truth. It could be both.
Alright, let's go get that
I'm not gonna
ring.
care. I'm just gonna get to the point. Well, we did a bit of reconnaissance. It was to the north, correct, guys? From what?
Whatever direction we went is the direction it is.
Yeah, 'cause we
I don't
kind
know.
of just flew off in a random direction with
That was
No,
last
we
time.
had information from the kobold.
Oh,
we
yeah,
found
that guy.
last time. There's a lyrium mine and
Lyrium stones, not mine.
You know, if I go and buy a map tag, I can just make
death
a map.
ore.
we have a map.
No,
You
but
made a
I-
local map.
Well, I was saying like I can make a map of the Death War area and the
Oh, because of the calligraphy. Yep.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
You just
Well,
need,
because I specifically picked up map making,
yeah.
Ah.
You just need paper and ink for it.
so I have to go pick up some
And
paper.
well,
and
water
but I-
elementals that headed away from there, and Arctic Mins that headed further north from there,
Okay.
and a really big one.
Oh, Beardy. Yeah, Beardy's been a problem.
You know, when I left him some food, he suddenly became kind of friendly.
Oh, no, that's not him becoming friendly. That just means he's kind of letting you continue to feed him until he gets close enough to eat you. We've had a few rangers try to tame him from
Interesting.
the grove.
He didn't really try to approach much.
Well, that just means you weren't watching him close enough. I've seen him get as close as into the town at certain points.
How?
He may
That's
be
very
the-
large.
oh, he's
Yeah, an old master of his. He has on one of his teeth. It's carved on there, a polymorph spell, and he's got a couple other trinkets that he's managed to get locked into his jaw over the years. Like people he's eaten.
I'm glad we avoided a fight with him.
Are
Right.
tamed animals here knowing magic just common? Is
No, it's really a rare thing to find. Your little friend there, as he notes towards but there we go. Yeah. Just a tongue tie there. But yeah, as Drekken looks over towards her, he goes, "That one was a rare breed, but to be fair, we found her as part of the same pact as old Beardy. So I'm not really surprised. There's a couple of the folks that thought she was Beardy's daughter."
Okay, because like I get they might be rare, but I'm running into 2 in 2 days. That's
You
Well,
had a cover penny for every time it happened.
There-
Two.
A couple of guards put bet on it that Beardy didn't pick an Arctic Maine female and instead picked one of them, one of the Quencha, or picked one of them to, basically go and make his mate. It would explain why he's missing the eye. And when in his younger years, when we found him all torn up, he had the claw mark matched similar to a really big wolf's paw. Like, really big. We're talking, like, big as a hill. And Beardy's got some willingness, some bravery in him if he's going for that.
We were able to bring back a sample that was drained by the cursed object that I touched.
That's just a rock.
we watched it change color when it was touched.
Kind of looks at it and kind of as he looks it up and down and goes, "Huh? I don't." You see him kind of pull out a small little book suddenly out of one of his bags on his belt and starts flipping through it. And he goes, "According to my readings, the collective has noted this to be basically it's dead lyrium. It's lyrium that there's no more magic in it."
I see. Can you do anything with it?
Uh,
It's just a rock.
It is just a slightly see-through rock. Makes good.
How do you do it? Does it hold it?
Makes great glass. No, doesn't rehold magic once it's sucked out. Although I hear you can use it in magic items. Apparently, it's good for some spell thieves like to use it to try and trap other people's magic in it. But I don't know how all that works personally.
I might be able to do something with them later.
I met a spell thief.
That'd be cool.
No,
Wish I could steal
but
spells.
I might be able to use it to store magic in temporarily.
Okay. That's out of the way.
Alright, to assume you're hungry, thirsty. Your rooms are paid
Let me
for.
go to bed.
Alright.
We have rooms. Don't worry. I paid for it.
He looks at it and goes, "Alright, I'll bring up the food to your room if you'd rather go rest. It's quiet time now, so most of the people are off at their work or on their shifts. Around like 2 to 3 more hours, that'll be when it picks up the singing and dancing, and then around like 9 hours from now, roughly, that's when it usually dies down."
That's the
Fair
perks
enough.
of it.
Might want to go get some sleep now, James, before it gets
Yeah,
loud.
I'm gonna go get some sleep and take care of this.
Yeah,
Jackie?
Cameron, just heal before you sleep because you only heal 2 hit points a night.
I know, that's why I'm going to go up to my room, and before he gets there, I have checked this over, triple checked this. I have technically 5 total first level spell slots
Mm-hmm.
Right.
right now. So I'm gonna heal myself.
I'm pretty sure, keep in mind, the domain ones can only be used on your domain spells.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
one of those is
Cure.
domain only. but-
Yeah, cure light wounds.
Yeah, I'm gonna cure light wounds myself.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that.
I'll be doing it twice, so
Mhm.
slash.
I think, because I don't think you can upcast cure light wounds, because there's a specific one that that's an
Correct.
upcasted
And
version.
so I'm gonna
No,
cast
all the
it again
healing
twice.
spells specifically just cap out when they cap out because that's when you go to the next one.
Yeah, we may change that in the future, but
Uh-huh.
it'll take some remakes.
Plus 1 point for cast level, so this will be plus 4 because I'm level 2 and I'm casting it twice.
Is that that one?
Use luck.
It's for healing. It doesn't
Oh,
matter.
okay. I was like, damn. No, I was just curious if you did roll a nat one, because I saw the red and I
Yeah,
was
I
like,
did.
wait, what? Really?
He rolled a nat 1 and a 6.
Damn, that sucks, my man.
It's almost enough.
Um,
He'll be fine.
that gets me back up to because you dealt what 16 damage.
12.
No, I didn't
12
do
damage.
16.
12.
I did
12.
12.
Yeah.
12. Okay, so that I'm
You're
one
missing
lower.
1 hit point.
Yeah, I'll heal that one overnight as I heal myself.
Yeah, you watch as or you feel as the cut over your forehead clears out, or closes up. The blood's still there, from the blood
I'll
out.
gently wash myself off and then wash my face off with a little bit of cool water and just go, all right, to bed.
Yeah, as you kind of going into one of the rooms, finding a basin, wipe down your face with one of the cloths in there, going in and laying down, you pass out pretty quickly, kind of rolling up in the straw bed. It's definitely a cheaper bed, but I mean it'll make do. As you find yourself sleeping, Rolaman and Essa, what are you wanting to do?
We're traveling all day. I'm gonna take some food.
Okay. A menu is brought out, as you an actual like paper menu, which kind of given the fact that the last inn you didn't have anything like that. One of the half giantesses comes walking over, handing you both a menu on there, and all it reads is wolf stew or boar stew.
Nice.
Boar.
She takes the menu.
I asked the waitress, which one is more favored?
Do you like to kill things, or are you looking to fuck? And she's just playing with her language.
Both.
She nods and takes the menu, and turns and walks towards the register or the kitchens and heads in. A few moments later, Drekken kind of comes and sits down between the two of you with a couple of brown ales as he sets them in front of you and goes, "On the house, as far as it goes for the work you've done. I gotta admit, it's rare we find travelers of your lot around here. If you don't mind my asking, as far as it goes, what's a kobold and I assume you're just a big half elf or a big elf. Big elf." He goes, "All right." And he kind of nods and he goes, "What's your deal? What are you doing down here? I mean, I understand the mission, why the job you're here, but you understand what I'm asking about."
I mean, I like hunting monsters. This group wanted another person to travel with them, bodyguard, do whatever. It worked out.
Yep. Me and that fellow over there, James, formed the Ironheart Merchant Company. We hired Essa on. How long ago was that? That was like a month ago now.
You know, you mentioned that name. You any relation to the Golden Heart lot?
My buddy hates them. I'm very indifferent.
Business-wise, from my understanding, the name is just by chance.
Oh, they came through these parts not a day before you lot did. Red fella, fancy outfit, great singing voice, very pushy person. Came through, handed me a business card that did a little like dance and flutter like effect. It was kind of cool. He kind of takes a deep drink of his ale as he continues and goes, I figured you lot were like hunting him because he mentioned that some people will be looking for him. I thought it'd be you lot, but I guess not.
Who they say were looking for them? Did they give a description?
Just a group of adventurers that would be a weird combination of people showing up into town. I assume, nothing, not to be mean, but, given the town's...
I don't think we're actively looking for them. At least I'm not. Might as well do.
Yeah.
No.
Huh. How about the tall, or the tall, dark, and handsome fella upstairs?
What about him?
I mean, is he hunting the guy down? I assume not, if you're,
He's not hunting him down actively.
Okay.
I'm sure he'd have some choice words if they came to face each other.
Yeah, some things happened that he's not happy with that group.
He nods up and down. I understand. I had something similar.
Dwarven feuds. They run deep in their blood.
Don't know much about them snowbeards. Won't say I know much at all. He kind of gives a slight smile, but as he says this, and he goes, but so what you lot? I mean, you're adventurers. You got to have a goal. You're trying to become rich. You're trying to just see the world. Just merchants.
I wanna hunt the apex monsters.
Oh, that is a.
Now that's some brass. There's a story that you'll be able to get for. You should go tell Yuke about. That'll get you something fun. Maybe if you kill one of them, maybe he'll give you something in return.
I spent my year's travel following them down to see what they were before I joined up with these guys.
Oh, well, if you're really smart, I recommend there's a town west of here. Real hard to find if you don't know what you're looking for. I'll sell you a map to the town if you want. But
How much?
Well, hear me out before you decide whether you want to buy it.
Yeah.
Of course.
They keep records on everything. Like everything. You want to know any apex creatures that are coming up? You want to know creatures that, like, any sort of information about creatures of their race, in areas they are, what they hunt, what they like? Problem though. If the city likes you, you can't leave. So,
And what do you mean by likes you? How would you gain their favor?
Well-
I should be trying to do the opposite, but
there's a town outside of it that is filled with folks like myself that kind of travel around gathering information, selling it as an exchange. I'm an open information broker on the side, if you will. You go there, you sell information, but the problem is some people, they don't know much about. They're going to want to know more about them, and until they're satisfied, they're going to keep you there. Problem is, the ones who run that town are slow. There's no need for speed for them. When you're all-knowing, if you will, it kind of defeats the purpose of living a fast life.
have you had a run-in with this town before?
Well, I used to work for them as one of their travelers, their people who gather information as they go out. My race originates from that town, or at least that's what we're told.
I see. I
So-
will say I've never seen an Arakaka before.
Yeah, good reason for it. But
Which is-
about 5,000 gold pieces.
bit out of price range.
He nods
Oh,
and
yeah.
goes,
Interested.
"Oh, do you have the gold for it?"
I do, but I'm not.
And he kind of
That'd be called a
smiles.
bad purchase.
And he goes, "Hey, listen, if it helps you anything, if it would have helped you in your mission, I would have been told to give it to you already.
Mm.
Means you lot aren't worth anything to my the organization I work for outright. So, I mean, I would be a little concerned with you being an elf, because your lot's not well known or documented in this time. Or at this time, rather, as he kind of you see him kind of changing as he thinks looks up and looks like he's contemplating something.
Yes, I'm sure I know things they don't know.
It's that, and the fact that not many elves are studied by people. You know, your race is considered not the most pleasant to be around.
A bit brutish, perhaps.
Hangry is a word I like to use.
It's a good word.
They're understandable, but, you know, if you get between them and a meal, well, you know, you better hope you can outrun them. And the
Speaking
meal.
of, the meal, and I seemed to get a little angry, but I was like, I'm just kidding.
He looks you up and down and goes, no, if you would have been the type to eat me, I know you wouldn't have been even welcomed into this town. There's no way Regan Utham would have let one of your type in here into the city without that. But as he says this, you see as one of the girls comes over and drops off two bowls in front of Rolamin and then one bowl in front of Essa
yes,
and walks
both.
away. He looks at you and goes, so you decided to choose both.
Yes.
They're delicacies. We're actually working on a new meal here, but we got to get Regan Utham's acceptance on it. As far as it goes, I got a little nibble from one of the rangers down at the Forest Grove. It's called Hydra Sandwich. So
Hydra sandwich.
we're trying to figure out how to grow wheat here, but I have some ideas we're working on. You know, if we can figure it out, there's got to be something like that. And so our plan is either that or breadfruit. We're going to grow one of the two, and we're going to use that. We're going to make the bread, and then we're going to go ahead and cut up the baby hydras that you can eat and sell those as a sandwich meat.
Do I know what a hydra
There's
is?
no way, DM, that this guy is planning to eat my rare creature.
You go ahead and roll history or
Survival? I don't know. Or
survival. Nature, I would take.
Survival?
Yeah, I'd take survival. Yeah,
You said survival?
I did.
I'll take knowledge.
Knowledge. It'd be knowledge. Nature or merchant at this point would be two that I'd
Merchant?
consider. Yeah,
Oh, okay. I'm raised at merchant. Hold on.
Survival's an
because
18.
there's a profession merchant and a knowledge merchant, which are two different things. So.
Oh, is it knowledge merchant? Because I
Yeah,
don't have that.
correct. It's
Okay.
knowledge merchant. What'd you say? And what'd you say, Essa? Sorry.
No, I rolled survival because I was curious.
Okay.
I got an 18. After synergy, it's 20.
Jesus. Okay.
That's
But it's survival.
nature.
9. Okay. Roman, it doesn't that name doesn't ring any bells to you. Essa, you've heard legends about hydras. They're like a couple steps down from apex creatures, but they're very, very rare and only typically traverse the Underdark. They're also noted for wiping out, like, these are creatures on the level of able to wipe out armies by themselves if left alone. Also highly poisonous, as a note.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't acidic be a better?
No, poisonous to ingest, acidic to, as far as taste profile. Yeah, very. Mm-hmm. But as he kind of continues on, he goes, "We're thinking sandwich, stew options. Maybe baking it, depending on. It depends. But my connection at the Frozen Grove said once they start having eggs, and Regan Utham has said they're good for like reproducing, I'd get first cut from the butchery."
Are hydras like not safe to eat for most creatures?
Oh, 100%. Are you saying this in character?
Yes.
Oh, he looks at you and goes, "Wait, they are?
They're really poisonous."
But I was told they were going to sell them at the butchery."
Perhaps alive?
I don't think most people could eat the hydra.
There's got to be. You know what? I've got. He pulls out a piece of, like a large piece of paper, and starts writing onto it, and starts. You see him actually putting together a quest in front of you, and he puts down a quest as it reads: 100 gold pieces for the recipe to how to make hydra edible.
Oh, I'm no cook. I couldn't help you. Sorry.
That seems like something a poisoner would be able to fill you in on.
Yeah, this is my bread and butter.
And he kind of looks over at one of the girls as they come by, looking at you, watching you guys eat, and checking on you. As he kind of like snaps his finger or his feathers, and like one of the girls like picks up the thing and just like nods, and heads back into the back, and you hear a couple of sounds as they come back out with a official posting.
While I'm not, the best at it, I'm still learning somewhat. I am somewhat of a poison specialist. I could try when you get the parts.
He nods and goes, "All right, I was told 5 to 10 years was roughly when we'd be getting the pieces, so,
I could always stop back in when you start getting the pieces at some point."
He nods, and he goes, "Perfect."
Does this butchery involving these hydras involve this confrontation that's going on? I slide over 20 gold pieces.
He takes the gold pieces and goes, and you see him kind of like snap his fingers as that little like space or light square seems to come around you for a moment, and he goes, "Say that request once more."
Does the fuck, what did I say? I just had to move up. Does the fucking debate or whatever the butchery's happening involve this Hydra problem thing you were discussing? Or something else?
He takes the gold and goes, "There was a quest for some hydras that was recently fulfilled by a outside benefactor. I was told that the job offered quite a high rate for anybody who could find the hydras and locations and then help secure them. Whoever found these hydras gave them as a gift to Regan Utham, as no payment, from my understanding, was provided." As he kind of smiles at you and pockets the gold pieces.
I nod my head.
As you do, you see the spell around you gets undone. And he goes, so I was telling the patron that you should never eat a mushroom stew that has had boar inside of it. As he just kind of...
It's a mushroom stew.
Yes, no. The boar stew should be fine. We don't use the ice mushrooms around here anymore. Last time they were so psychedelic. caused an entire raiding party to go naked into battle.
Psychedelic, you say?
Nods. And he goes, we only serve those to those willing. However, I will say, you did pay for that room with the psychedelic mushroom mimic. The one your friend went up to. The bed is set up to pump the stuff into them while they sleep. It gives you really interesting dreams.
Oh, man.
How much would you charge for like a bag of these mushrooms?
You know, I mean, we grow them pretty easily. I wouldn't say more than 200-300 gold pieces if you wanted about a pound of them.
Oh, so you say they're easily harvestable as well, is what you're saying.
Yeah, in the sense that if you know what to look for and what you're finding. The problem is most people don't know how to pluck them properly. When you do, they squirt this liquid. And if you don't hit them at the right point, that liquid will cause you basically to go blind or whatever part it touches to start burning like it's been hit with acid.
Just nonchalantly writing down notes.
We don't have a name for it around here, but it works great. Your friend upstairs right now should be having one of the best sleeps of his life. If he's holy, he's probably going to be able to see his god tonight or in the next couple hours.
Oh, it is some stuff.
I am about to have the worst trip of my life.
Especially, yeah, you're going to be going through what is basically, you're going to feel like air as you circle what is the globe, and not feel comfortable as you watch the people sucking in magic into their bodies.
I worship magic, and I technically worship metal in the form of a bastard sword, so it's going to be fucking weird.
Yep. We'll get to you in a moment, don't worry.
This is going to be terrible.
But as,
is that the only bed with the mushrooms in it? Just want to clarify, I do not want that.
He kind of like goes and like jumps off the stool and then walks over behind the counter again, comes back out behind this wood counter with a couple of different. These keys do not have the collective of Pyrus mark on them; they just have the design of him on it. And he like hands you the key, switching it out, and goes, if you told me that, I thought that's why you traveled this far. I mean, it makes sense to experience that we're the only place that does this kind of trip, as we're the only ones who've managed to tame the creatures that allow you to sleep on the bed so comfortably. Although, the mimics do get hungry.
Sorry, I just sneezed.
I think James is about to have quite the sleep that he wasn't expecting.
He goes, my only advice is never wear clothing on a mimic bed, because they will eat your clothes. It's a weird thing we've learned throughout the experience. It's one of the easiest ways to tell if it's a tame mimic as well, is it won't eat you, it just eats the things that you wear.
Luckily, James would have taken off his
Do I have to
armor
go
and
buy more
everything,
clothes
so...
for James?
James would have gotten himself basically. He would sleep mainly in.
You did not specify that you were taking off any of your stuff.
James doesn't sleep in his armor at the very least.
Yeah.
You get debuffs if you don't take your armor off.
No, I know. I'd assume his armor came off, but his normal clothes you did not
specify.
And I would have definitely not been wearing the cold weather clothes in my room, so it would just.
I don't know. They're
clothes.
I was gonna say it's still pretty cold inside these buildings, but that's on you if you decide you're not going to be. That's fine.
So.
But yeah, as Drekken continues, he goes, I recommend though while you're in town, make sure you go and check some of the shops. You might find some valuables. But if y'all are just here to do the checking around and guarding town, I'd honestly recommend following any of the predetermined roads, either going towards the Kobold City that we're slowly building, or going back towards Hrimpersh's last hold. Those would be the most commonly traveled. The road you came in on, it looked like a lot of you came from the farmers' country, which is where a lot of the little independent frost giants around here set up with their families to build up.
I hear towards the Kobold City, and Esther just goes, no, just shaking her head at Rollman.
Okay. Do you have any vacant patrol spots we might take, or have a particular team that needs relieving?
We got some jobs if you're looking for something on top of the patrols. You're welcome to kind of go about. If you see other folks also walking about armed, don't kill them. It's pretty easy. None of the others should bother you at all. They're there for hunting monsters, which is where the actual payday is, and killing others is quite a chore and difficult to do around these parts. But I've got a couple other quests. And he kind of like flags over one of the girls, and they begin reading off a summary of the quest, which I'm just gonna post here as well. The other than the guard patrolling that they also have for the roads, they have something for beholder hunting. Reward is about 8,000 GP per large beholder eye gained. Now, noting that their market value is noted at 3,500. Water elemental hunts, 200 GP per water elemental slain, must bring proof. So it lists either a vial or a gemstone per water elemental killed. The next one is the Arctic Main Subjugation, which is noted as 1,000 GP per one you kill. However, there is a market price offered for any cubs you can bring back to the grove specifically, as the Forest Grove will pay 10,000 in GP for one of these creatures. Old Beardy, which is the one a picture of the earlier Arctic Main that you had seen, Elsa, is listed at 12,000 GP, alive or dead, but proof is required. And then, of course, the new one that just got posted up, the finding a recipe to make Hydra meat edible, is listed at 100 GP.
Which can't be done because we have no access to Hydra meat.
Yes. Unless you want to do a heist and piss off 2 world leaders in one session.
Not particularly.
Yeah, but as he kind of looks about these quests and like flags them out or to you lot or to each of you, he smiles and goes, "Now missions change daily. We around these parts. The locals will also offer a bunch of value. They have their own jobs that they're offering, but you're welcome to stick around here or not. We've been having a lot of issues with caves and small beholders sneaking about and grabbing some of the locals and creating cults to them, and then having to send adventurers down there to slay all the cult members and the beholder. It's become a chore.
See, that right there is why I don't want to go towards the Cobalt City.
Trekken hearing that, looking at you and goes, "I agree. I wouldn't take the job either, but it pays well if you're interested."
It pays well, but I don't want to deal with Pale Eye.
Yeah, listen, I think the fact they're only offering 8,000 per large eye, I guess the assumption is you're going to try and sneak up on one of these creatures and pop the eye out. I think you should wait till that doubles up, but the people around here are kind of poor. So, if you're looking for anything else, those are the quests we've got. Besides that, the next city you're going to probably hit is the Kobold Town. If you're looking for more towns like this, there's rumors of some shops being set up in the on the main continent, or some new cities. But I don't know if you all want to travel that way, given your And he kind of looks over at Essa, just like dead eye, like stares at Essa. Your friend.
Stare back.
I hear Loxodon don't much care for scaled creatures, unfortunately.
Well, thank you for all this information.
He nods and goes, "On the house for that bit." And he kind of like picks up his drink, now empty, and starts to flutter back towards the bar, or towards the desk that he was setting up, and seems to start to begin to prep for what will be the dinner rush.
Yeah. So I was talking with Essa. I say we stick to just the patrol. If we happen to get some water elementals on the patrol, that's a nice 200 JP per.
Yep.
Other than that,
Arctic Mains would be doable if they weren't if one ever splits off, but
yeah, I don't think that might be a bad idea though to take one out. Might make Beardy angry.
well, it depends. I could look into it. It depends if it's Beer's territory because he leads them, or if it's Beer's territory because he's stronger than all of them. They might not be his pack.
I mean, there's also the option that we can knock Beardy out with the Dream Lily.
I'm not willing to risk it.
Oh, well, if you're absolutely certain that it would anger Beardy, we could do it.
I mean, Beardy did nothing but the water elementals when they killed 2 of his.
Him showing up right then might have been in response, but it's also true.
I feel like with the speed he moved, he probably could have been there before they left.
Maybe.
As you two have this conversation, are kind of thinking about what quest to take, we're gonna jump over to James real quick for a moment. James, as you go into your room, begin to feel relaxed almost immediately. There's something about the very simple room that kind of calms you. Taking off your gear, putting on some clothing to rest on the very uncomfortable straw bed, but it's a bed and it's not the wagon. And that's all you honestly at this point are looking at. You climb in, laying down, passing out quickly. You begin to dream, and at first you find yourself floating and feeling a strange dampness around your body. As on the outside, a mimic slowly dissolves your clothing, and gas begins to fully fill the room. However, in your dream, as you begin to float in this like ethereal water, you begin to watch as you see the flow of water kind of drag you along, kind of flowing throughout the planet for a moment and coming out to the surface, seeing creatures absorbing this liquid into their bodies and then casting out devastating attacks and explosions on each other as the scene goes from almost this lovely, pristine, beautiful color to a dark red sky, cities burning and exploding, chains of civilians being pulled out as you watch on at this. Continuing to see this as the weave itself is used against people, you hear a quiet and very masculine, deep voice go, "You can change everything, James, but if you fail me, all will be your fault." As the world continues to burn around, you see this large dragon-like creature with white scales and a massive skull, seeming to lead an army of creatures with long tentacles and purple-like skin, attacking the world in the background. This dream continues on.
Those as illithids.
You don't know what an illithid is outright. You haven't met one.
Oh, I thought we saw an artistic depiction of the illithid leader, which was just drawn as a squid man.
You did. So you'd recognize these creatures to be similar to that, but being in the thousands.
Oh god, there's so many of him.
Wait, it's an army of Zebrals.
You begin to watch as these crash with these like crow-like people as magic explodes against each other. It looks disgusting as the magic is twisted and broken in ways that makes you hurt and feel the pain. You watch as all those around suffer and wither away as the magic continues to envelop and slowly kind of expands as eventually a almost like skull-like feature of like gas seems to explode from the clash of magic. Eventually as you watch as this gas expands out across the globe, covering it in this green fog, as arcane casters and divine casters alike start to choke to death and find themselves with giant bumps and dying left and right. As you again hear the voice go, "This will be because of you or without you. You're the reason why. Know this when the time comes." As you find yourself kind of coming back out of that dream in a cold sweat as you wake up about 3 hours later. Your party mates, I assume at this point, having gone up about almost 2.5 hours ago and have been kind of getting a short rest in the background.
Where the fuck are my clothes?
You wake up cold, kind of slightly wet. You are naked. Your bed is completely normal. The room smells slightly of lavender. You see your armor still laying on the floor where you had it.
My cold weather clothes sitting there beside it. Well, fuck. I don't have any more underwear. I didn't pack extras. Shit. Go on, Commando!
The coldness of the room, even though it is slightly warmer in here, kind of bites down as everything shrinks.
I'm already small, damn it.
Yeah.
I can't be smaller.
As you start to put on your clothes and start to kind of go stand by the little fire in the stovetop in the room, getting dressed, you exit out of the room, finding Roland and Essa kind of walking out at the same time, cracking backs, knuckles, feeling very well rested as you come out.
James got a good sleep. I will say this: the dream was weird, but his body is rested. As he looks at you both and goes, "Don't sleep on the beds."
Oh, so was the mushroom
My
sleep fun?
Mushroom sleep? Someone
Yeah.
stole my clothes.
Oh no, the bed ate your clothes.
What?
As he says that, you hear a belch come from within your room.
Yeah, you slept on a tamed mimic.
Yeah, we only found out after you went up to sleep,
Yeah,
but we didn't went up.
We were
early.
told after you left.
If you want to get your room changed, you can go ahead. Unless you wanna
Yeah,
keep doing
that'd
that.
probably be better, because I don't have any other clothes now than my cold weather ones that we got.
Oh, well. You can buy some.
Yeah, I'll have to.
You could look funny your size, though.
I think you have to get them custom made. Yeah.
A few other guests kind of pass by you a lot, heading down, laughing and joking about something that happened the other day in town. As they kind of head down past you a lot, a couple of them noting your kind of unique group. You hear a few slight whispers in giant. Can you believe they travel with one of the scaled creatures in this day and age? Like they have rights? As they kind of head down further into back down towards the proper floor of the inn.
Man, everybody's racist.
Let's just make ourselves useful
Yeah,
and get some work, earn some coin while we're here.
To be fair, I think it's fair play. The scaled folk, as they call them, are racist right back.
I mean,
They're
fair.
very racist. Doesn't seem very healthy.
Well,
I'm sure it'll lead to some
Roland,
war,
we kind of don't have room to talk. When we first met Essa, we kind of made a few rude assumptions.
I would do that if they were kobold or not, by the way.
You also assumed I was male.
Okay,
Again,
that is
we
because
made
of
a
your
few
race.
rude assumptions.
I'm sorry, I can't tell between your males and females.
It's funny, neither can I. As I kind of just walk away.
All the blame is lifted. Let's go.
We have cured our racism. Let's be.
As you head downstairs, Drekken is kind of working with the dinner group, running back and forth with food dishes. His staff kind of seeming to be very busy. But as you see outside, the darkness outside, it is currently heavy rain with a mix of snow. As like farmers are coming in, like wiping off the snow from the outside, going towards the fire. Some like drunken singing being done on stage currently. It seems to be a good time.
I will go out and check on BK real quick, covering him up with a blanket that we usually probably keep for him that has some.
As you go out,
water resistance.
yeah, you hear him. He looks as you look. He looks over at you, and he's glaring daggers at you as you walk out. As he just stare, there's no noise. He's just staring at you. As Shun Yet seems to be happily pounding her her tail against one of the sides. Her head slightly on BK's butt, kind of like leaning there. BK looking very nervous back. Like
Please don't torment BK.
You see the wolf. The wolf kind of looks at you as if it doesn't even care that you're there. The very cat-like mentality, as if it just goes back and kind of huffs and turns to look on the other side as it flips its head onto the other ass cheek of the mule.
I walk over, I pat BK, and I get the blanket out, getting him dried off gently, and making sure that he's as taken care of as I can get him right now.
Yeah. As you put a blanket over him, he continues to stare at you, and then looks back in the inn, and then stares at you, then looks back at the inn, and then stares at you again.
Don't steal understand.
I'm just gonna slowly look at the inn. I'm gonna slowly look at him and go, I don't know if I can bring you inside.
As you say this, suddenly, a figure, almost as if it popped out of nowhere, stands about 7 feet tall on the opposite side of BK, looking like a half-breed frost giant with a white beard and very wild white hair, a very obvious cut-up left eye, but a very bright green eye as he looks at you and goes.
Invite him in for a drink.
And you see BK just freezes, like solid, stops moving. The man stares down at you, James.
Hello.
Yeah, Yes. He speaks in common. Hello.
Do you need something, friend?
You see him kind of look up at the sky for a moment, as if he's like, he's trying to think, and he looks at you. Something. Yes, I do need something. You travel with a person that hands food.
I'm gonna sense motive this guy. I have a rough idea who he is already in character because this was pointed out to him before he went to
Told
sleep.
you.
Yeah. I'm just
That's
gonna
a gift.
look. I'm just gonna wave him down gently, like to crouch down
He will.
kindly and just go. If you're referring to Essa, we can feed you, but I have a rough idea who you are, and I'm not upset. Come on in. I'll lead him inside. I'll pay for his food.
He kind of looks at you and then looks back at BK, kind of confused, as if he's confused for a moment. As he kind of stares back at you and goes, "Okay."
Free food's free food.
Free food is free food, bro.
I'm gonna tame this guy.
He follows you in as you pull him in. He is wearing very simple commoner's clothing now, as he kind of goes in. And as you hold his hand, he's definitely got a very cold hand to the touch. It's very also
You guys
quite
are holding
rough.
hands? Oh, he's not a friend.
As you watch as James kind of going out to like tuck BK in for a moment, comes pulling back in his friend, or this new person, into the
I'm
thing.
going to give him a name.
Why are you gonna give him? Ask for his name, goddammit!
As he comes like walking up with you to Essa and Rollman. He just looks at the three of you.
We're gonna feed this nice gentleman here. What's your
Alright.
name, friend?
Name?
Do you not have one?
It kind of like you see him kind of like searching around, looking around the room for a moment. Wrong language.
I'll speak in giant.
His eyebrows kind of seem to go up as if he's kind of like acting surprised. And as you start speaking in giant, he goes, in common still. What you say? What say? As he kind of like holds his finger up and like waves it. What's
Do
up?
we all see this now?
Oh yeah.
I'll say in primitive. What's your name, stranger?
Kind of looks at you and goes, and you see a slight drool come out down his lip as he kind of like open mouth looks at you.
You know what? We'll just call you friend. How does that sound for now?
He was pointed out by Shen Hyeoi, which was weird. What do I roll to see what's his deal?
What are you trying to figure out?
James is gonna gently speak into
Because James didn't say anything about what Shen Hyeoi said the last time. He just looked around and kept his mouth shut.
Shen Hyeoi was staring at him.
Yeah.
James is gonna speak into the stone real quick, calmly and quietly in common. Guys, this might be that giant Arctic man.
Essa perks up. Essa's getting her chance.
So we're gonna feed him, and we're gonna make friends.
As Draken comes by, the guy turns and goes, meat. And Draken just nods and goes, "Oh, you're back here again. It's good to see you. It's like the 4th time this week." And Draken like looks about to the rest of you and goes, "You're paying for his order?"
I'll pay for it.
Alright, perfect. Oh man, yeah. He's one of the frost giants that got hit on the head coming down the mountain.
I see. You sure you didn't get hit by a cape?
No. There was a group of Vikinger a while back that when we set out to set up the town, one of them made a bet. Said he could jump down and live like the boar. Turns out if you land on your head, it takes away a lot of your chances of doing well. Oh, friend there, is the guy, also the guy who took on Beardy last time. That's why they're both missing the same eye, funny enough. Although, to be honest, I don't think most of the villagers remember his name anymore. He's just been kind of living in the village or on the outside of the village on the kindness of whoever wants to bring him food.
So you fought Purity, friend, huh? Tell us the story.
The half giant kind of looks at you completely confused. And then as the food comes out and sits down in front of him, he just starts devouring it and completely not speaking the entire time.
Roland, we may want to get you an axe so that we can try and get a stable built, because BK is not happy with the current accommodations either.
Can you build a stable? I don't know how to build a stable.
If we provide the wood, the druids, rangers, and the other townspeople might be willing to.
Well, they already have stables.
Oh,
Okay.
if you're wanting to keep your mule at the stables, I imagine the wolf pens will do really well for him.
And that's why I was saying no.
He'll make plenty of friends. He'll probably be real popular.
Yeah, they'll love to keep him for dinner.
I mean, not only that, but the druids will feed him well, true.
I mean, his breed isn't really common around here, so.
Has he finished his plate yet?
Oh, yeah, he has fully finished a full plate, and he looks up at you as he licks his face and starts sucking on his fingers.
Hungry, aren't we?
Yes.
I'm sensing motivating this man.
Okay.
I have feelings, and I want to make sure they're correct, and I don't want to be a dick. So.
He's acting very animalistic, but I have no reason.
22.
This guy is being 100% honest. He's not hiding anything outright to you. He does not seem to bear any ill intention to you, and his actions, seem to be fully honest of who he is. He has not seemed to lie to you as of yet.
Okay. Next time it'll be an Arcana check to see if he's polymorphed.
He kind of looks you up and down as you kind of stare at him, James, and goes, "What do?"
I just give him a smile, and I will share. I didn't order alcohol, but I'll share the water I get.
I'll say I'm just gonna order another bowl for him. Just keep him eating.
As you do it, it comes out a few minutes later, and he dives into it once more. The other giants noticeably seem to be giving you lot a pretty decent distance now, as they seem to be kind of pushing their tables a little more away than usual.
So, friend, it seems like we aren't well liked today.
Me destroy house with big wolf.
Oh.
Did you?
When? You see him kind of like staring now at the empty bowls. He's just like deep in thought. Many moons ago, I saw the wolf in the fields, and he starts speaking almost clear as day. The wolf, he came for me. I thought he was a mane, but he wasn't. Or rather, she wasn't. She came at me defending her cubs at a big area with a lot of frozen rocks sticking out of the ground. I kept glowing, and she kept shooting these bolts of fire at me. I almost lost my arm that day, and my head for all that matters. Creature even got a curse on me to make it so that way my intelligence was completely lacking unless I was giving this exact story, and the ability to tell this exact information. Wolf was a real son of a... as he goes, I can't curse at the wolf either, because apparently if I insult it, it hurts me for the curse. But, as I continue with the story, as I'm allowed to continue with the story here, rather, yes, 3 days we fought. 3 nights, and on the 4th day, as the sun rose and the moon set, that bastard Beardy came out and tried to take my eye, and then the female wolf took it. Managed to get the ones you have out there. I managed to steal a bunch of the cubs and escape. Wounded Beardy, took one of his toes. Got it in my, currently it's in a place I can't actually explain with this level of intelligence. But as I continue the story, the unfortunate thing was I was not able to finish her off, but I think I wounded her enough to killer. It's also why your wolf doesn't much care for me, and why your mule probably doesn't like me as the smell of it. And then he kind of turns to you, and you see the lights go out almost immediately.
I look at the others. Can't we just get him the same item we just used on James?
I was about to say that. You know, there's a.
It might work.
well,
It also might not. That curse is very specific, which can make it very strong.
Me, and he takes bowl and he slams it into his forehead a few times, and then shakes his head no.
No.
That's what I've been trying. I see.
It would probably take something.
He kind of takes a thing and puts his hands together and like puts it like his head to like he's sleeping and goes wolf, and he does this action and goes can't break.
Yeah, it would probably take something akin to some divine intervention or a miracle to break it at this point. There's an old saying: the more specific something is, the more powerful it is against that thing. And that curse seems very specifically tailored for him, so it's going to be very hard to break.
I mean, that means Beardy's a lot smarter than even I thought.
You see, he shakes his head up and down, yes, violently, as you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Meaning that if we can actually speak with him,
He kind of, you see him he kind of pulls into his pants and he like stands up, pulls his pants down literally in the middle of everyone, and starts like pulling at at the back of his cheeks. And after a few moments, he pulls something out, and he kind of pulls his pants back up, and he sets down a furry toe.
Oh man.
And he looks at you lot and shakes his head, and then as soon as you look at if are any of you gonna go to grab it?
No, that's his.
His forever.
He kind of looks at you and then puts a finger. He holds a finger up and then like stands up and turns to start to walk out of the inn. And as soon as he does, with a little like glimpse of light, the little thing, the finger or the finger disappears, and you hear. Oh! As he turns, come back in, and like white-faced, eyes bulging as he comes back and sits down, gingerly.
I see.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a really specific curse.
He shakes his head, yes.
Huh.
Someday I might be able to help him with it, but there's nothing I can do right now.
It's a great shame.
It would also probably take possibly getting Beardy's forgiveness.
He shakes his head, no.
I said, or killing him, but I mean, I don't think we're strong.
He shakes his head violently, no.
No.
He kind of, as he stops, he goes, and he like makes a small circle, and then he puts his finger into it, and then he turns his finger into a fist and increases the circle and plunges it through.
Oh, I see. That's not good.
And then he like does like a thumb across his neck, and then like as he goes, Beardy, no, kill.
Beardy will kill you.
Is he undone? He nods up and down.
So, what if we were able to tame Beardy and get him to just be peaceful?
Please don't tell me you're entirely lynching on me doing this.
He goes.
But
As
probably drug him and.
Draken kind of hearing this as he kind of passes by, kind of stops and goes, I wouldn't plan to tame him. He's smarter than he looks. A lot of people know that he can use actual like speak spells. He can use verbal components.
I guess befriending is a better term, but still.
Yeah, I don't recommend it. He's kind of an old cranky bastard after many people believe his mate was killed. Like as he nudges his head towards the white-haired gentleman. With the still very pale and very pain-looking face.
Well, yeah, but...
Well, apparently,
I
have something that they didn't. Because apparently, Beardy's daughter is traveling with me. So, you know...
Draken looks at you and goes, yeah, there's like 4 others of the group. 3 of them were already adopted out. Well, adopted is a nice way to put it. 2 of them were sold to gladiator pits. The last one was taken by a storm giant. Kind of nods and goes, yeah. Unfortunate thing about it. But that's how raids go in these parts.
But befriending him might be easier for us since we aren't, well, generally trying to fight them. Unless they pick the fight first or in the way.
He nods and goes, and Draken nods and passes by and goes, "Well, best of luck to you if you decide to try and capture him or kill him. You'll be the fourth or fifth ones to try. I'll make sure your graves are written up before you're killed."
I just want to put out here out of game. Are we not forgetting that only to Cameron, this guy called me food giver even though he shouldn't have known I was giving food to...
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like that's a very important point to this whole story. How did he know I was doing that?
I don't know.
But James is just gonna pat their new friend on the back and go, "You can stick with us while we're going on patrol and whatnot if you'd like, friend."
He shakes his head no.
Okay.
That's
Fair response.
And he looks back over. He just kind of stares at Essa and seems to keep staring at Essa the entire rest of the time he's sitting there.
I'm going to whisper into the group chat.
The group chat.
The stone, the gemstone,
Mm-hmm.
the whisper
Mhm.
gem. Essa, he called you food giver outside.
Huh. Something I can do with you, friend.
There's
is I-
more link between them than just.
He just, as you say that, he goes, "Pretty lady."
Aww. But yeah, she's the food giver you were talking about, friend.
I say, I'm not being distracted. How did you know I was giving him food?
He just looks at you and just stares blankly.
Why call me food giver?
I'd like to roll an Arcana check on him at this point.
Sure.
This curse.
Knowledge Arcana? Yeah.
Yeah.
The greatest mystery. What did Butt Plug Man get up to beforehand?
21.
21. As you look him up and down, trying to assess, given what you've seen about him and trying to assess the curse probably you assume had to be very specific wording, and given the way he's described it and how he's described it, it was probably granted to him because of the death of the wolf he was trying to kill. And basically he is, as far as it goes, doomed until that's removed, until that is somehow fixed. Your interpretation of this could come down to one of two things from the curse, for how to break it naturally, which would be one, kill Beardy, or two, as you put it, get Beardy's forgiveness. But as you look him up and down, otherwise, he does not have any other magic abilities on him or that stick out about him. Well, besides, like I said, the magic butt plug, that's seems to be part of the curse he's stuck with. Specifically, that wolf seemed to really hate this guy.
Yeah. You were conflicted with a death curse. That fucking sucks.
Drekken, you hear, laughs as he walks by and goes, "Stupid and dead! That's a new one we don't see every day."
Damn.
The man seems to just continue to stare at Essa blankly.
We can try to get it lifted. There are some ways, but none of them you'll like.
I guess I should prep to talk to Beardy tomorrow.
Probably, because if we can get his forgiveness, that might weaken it and let him live a more normal life. It may even lift it fully, but that depends on how the curse is worded.
Which one of you is carrying
I
the
wasn't
Dream
sure.
Lily, by the way?
Who's carrying the Dream Lily?
Yeah.
Essa.
I am.
You do notice as he gets up and seems to start going, like circling around to get towards your bag.
Hey, wait, no. No.
As James is trying to give a full explanation and thought process through, the man seems to almost outright ignore him and starts to going for it. He is going to try and grapple you, Essa.
Hey, no.
Which will give you an opportunity attack. Do you want to try and smack him?
Slap him. Slap him.
smack.
Fuck it.
Okay.
Alright.
Roll to see if you can hit.
Yeah. 22.
22. You miss as he is going to try and now grapple you. Actually, I'll roll it.
Hey,
here.
whoa.
All right. For 23.
I don't think I can beat if I don't nat 20.
Well, you can try. Let's see what you got.
That is not a nat 20. That's a 14.
Yeah, as you watch as this man kind of like manhandles Essa, pulling her into a hug and like starts digging his hands through her bag.
Hey.
James yells for Rolleman.
Yes.
My teeth start crackling.
Oh.
I'm gonna go grab the chest.
Oh.
Why are you grabbing the chest?
Because I'm gonna
I
put
know
the
what he's doing.
cloak on and put him to fucking bed.
Okay, as you like turn and kind of annoyedly kind of start walking towards the exit or the inn's entrance, a few seconds go by as the two of them are grappling.
I'm gonna go over and try and hold his hand still so he doesn't pull out the Dream Lily.
You see Essa's mouth beginning to crackle in this man's face as he grabs a hold of a bottle and starts shaking it about inside the bag. As he does so, Rollman, you come in. Are you going to try and chuck the robe at him?
Yes, I would say I've unlocked it. Is it clear I can get him and nobody else?
From
big.
Yeah, from behind, yeah, pretty easily. You'd have to roll net 1 to hit Essa or James by accident.
Okay. We got more stories in case this fails. So you want to roll?
Go ahead. Basically, I think this is an improvised weapon, so.
So.
Uh.
Basic for that? I don't remember.
Are you proficient with improvised
You
weapons?
use your base attack bonus for everything.
Okay.
Because it's just a raw plus all of your attacks.
Is it strength based?
In this situation, yes.
All attacks are strength based if you don't have fucking weapon finesse.
Mm-hmm.
And even that weapon finesse is only for like 4 weapons.
Yep.
14.
14.
I'll say I think he is reduced.
As you kind of open up the chest, running up and like throwing the going to chuck the chest forward and yet still holding on to it. The some of the other bits and bobs of James's trade goods and merchant items, some of his kits kind of splatter onto the floor. But the robe goes flying onto the guy, and just as soon as he does, Essa, you feel like almost dead drop as the guy fully falls to the ground. Eyes rolling back, drool coming out of his mouth. This man is now brain dead as he falls to the ground.
I think you just killed him.
Well,
he is not breathing as you look down and see his chest not going up and down.
God.
Essa, you want to mind putting this back in the chest?
I'm gonna pick up my bits and bobs.
Is Dream Lily good?
Yeah, Dream Lily's good.
Alright.
You're gonna pick up the robe and then put it back in?
With the quarterstaff.
Yeah, you pick it up and shove it in. As you see Ute kind of coming into the inn itself to order some drinks as the dinner rush is getting to life, he kind of comes by seeing this and goes, "Oh, I wondered where that went. Huh. Kid stole it from me.
Sure.
Yeah, some kid stole it from me that said he was going to be a wizard and went to go play."
Well,
Hey, we have a great story for you.
We found him by the death ore.
Yeah, alright, actually. Well, good news is the curse only works on one person. So technically, you can touch it as long as someone else has touched it before you.
I just look at the dead
Well, it
guy.
got wait. I
Oh.
touched it, and then it affected him.
Is he dead?
Well,
Oh,
because the curse was lifted off of you, so it could affect someone else, James.
if he's dead, then I wouldn't touch it.
Yeah, so we're gonna put it back in the chest. Do you know if we can get this curse permanently removed from this cloak or no?
Oh yeah, easily. You just need to remove curse spell cast on it.
Also, what does the cloak do if it's removed curse? Does it do nothing?
Oh, I don't know. Never put it on.
I kind of want to find out.
No.
Well, maybe don't put it on right now.
Yeah, but I'm down to shell out tomorrow for the remove curse to see what happens.
I don't have any items that can remove curses from items.
No, I gotta go talk to. No, is it Ninin? Was that their name?
Oh, Nanan? Yeah, yep. She's probably still in her shop right now working away. She's gold hungry, so be afraid.
Do you know if this curse would kill this man?
Well, he's not breathing, and he kind of takes a second and looks him up and down. Oh, well, you know, fuck it, I'm just gonna roll it because I missed the O. He looks him up, as he looks him up and down, he goes, yeah, he's not breathing, he's dead.
All right.
What do we do with him now?
Well, technically you murdered someone in town, so I guess Drekken's gonna have to decide what to do, but...
Oh, I mean, he was assaulting Issa.
Drekken, who's just been watching this entire time from the bar, just shakes his head no and just kind of goes back to working.
Drekken.
He kind of turns back at you and looks at you and goes, I mean, I saw him get up and attack the kobold. I'm gonna be honest, my perspective, you threw a cloak on him, you didn't know what it did, you didn't know it'd kill him.
Nope, didn't know I would kill him.
I don't think I gotta tell Regan Utham about this. He's got a lot on his plate right now with how mad he is, and I don't want to be yelled at. The pitchfork, we just got the pitchfork guy coming down here. The guard got let go as he looks over to Yuke, and Yuke just kind of starts laughing as he goes to sit down and orders a drink.
Interesting.
What should we do with the...
Drekken kind of turns.
Looking at the body slowly.
He kind of like snaps his fingers or snaps his feathers towards one of his to the guards, and they come over and like pick up the guy and start bringing him out. And as you watch as they carry him towards the druid pens, you see them kind of walking over towards the wolf and boar pens, and then they got two of them seem to flip something for a moment as they stop and put the body down. As the shiny thing drops to the ground, they just kind of look up at each other, nod, grab the body, and toss it over into the boar pen. And then
did they pull the butt plug out of him?
they did not. They pick up the shiny object and come back into the inn as they grab their drinks again.
Well, I'm gonna go see about the curse removal thing. Why not?
I'll put the chest back in the cart.
Well, I'm taking the thing with me because I have to.
Oh, you are? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take the chest.
I'll go with you.
No, James. Just, I mean, I guess do what you want. I mean, I don't really need another person, but I can just take shit. Yeah.
Magic shop is
I'm kind of interested anyways. See what they have.
I mean, we were warned. They charge out the ass for everything.
I understand that.
As a true introvert who has to run one errand and finding their extrovert friends really want to tag along to make it a whole day of shopping, realizes roll them in. James are coming along.
I'm drinking an ale right now.
Yeah.
Roll him in. Wants to get out and walk around. He feels bad sitting
Essa
here.
just sighs, looking at James, and starts walking.
Do I see the two giants who were calling me a slave earlier?
They left a few. They seem to have left a few moments ago.
Damn it! I wanted to wink at them.
Are you gonna stay there? Or are you gonna follow after?
I'm just staying here and drinking some ale.
Okay. As you sit back and start relaxing, Essa and James will jump over to you. As you pass by BK, who is looking very annoyed, but has somehow managed to break out of his harness and is now sitting in the cart next to Shunyet, who is kind of drooling on him, although it looks like BK is fully asleep.
You know what? We should get a roof for them.
When James stops to walk, Essa just keeps walking. When he stops to look at BK, she just keeps walking.
James doesn't stop. He's just talking to himself at this point.
As the two of you
he
continue
gets
on.
wants nothing to do with this.
Shunyet kind of looks over the thing and seeing Essa and James kind of thumps their tail a few times, but then goes back to like slobbering on top of BK. You can definitely see on their face they're contemplating what they could eat or how they could cook up BK in some way or another. But as you two head down the main road, heading only another two houses down or two buildings down, you come across the single stone-walled building with the large library within, where you see, being night, and it's pretty much pitch black with the heavy snow kind of in the main road. Most of the buildings have like overhangs to keep a lot of the snow and wet off. You kind of see, or as she's in there, she's working by candlelight, writing something in a big, what looks to be magical book. As you kind of open the door, a little golden bell rings, and she kind of turns, and you see this very short, just like at the minimal height of a frost giant, battle scars all throughout her body, wearing very basic leather armor. She's missing teeth. Her lips look like they've been torn off. Half her nose is cut off. She's got a massive scar across her forehead. Both arms that aren't covered are covered head to toe in scars, missing fingers, some nails. Her legs look to be missing a couple of chunks as if they were bitten out of them. But she kind of stands and looks over at you lot. She smiles, a few teeth missing out of there, a couple more that are covered in silver, and she goes, "Customers! What can I do for you, and how can I liberate your coin purses?"
I've brought a cursed item and questions as I go and I put the chest down on the counter.
Ah, I'm happy to provide you with the remove curse if you are interested. It's quite rare these days that we get stuff like this.
I was curious as I pop the chest open to know what it does first, as I don't touch it, but I open the chest to show off the robes.
You know what? I actually have some. Using my blacksmith tools, the tongs for them, I lifted up the item, just like showing it off.
She kind of looks it up and down
Not
for a moment.
directly.
And she goes, "Oh, well, those are. I know exactly what that is, but I'll have to use Identify to confirm. That'll cost, of course."
I just stare at her.
She goes, "I assume that's your consent."
How much do you charge for Identify?
Let's say 1,000 gold pieces per item.
Alright, I'll just find out what it does when we go back up to the other city. It's fine.
Yeah.
She
They
smiles.
charged 100. They
But-
charged 100 up in this.
I trained the ones up there, and I promise you that they are not nearly as good as I am.
Who'd you train?
Well, pretty much. The gold clan. Gerso is his name, I think, or something like that. The only feather that knows how to use Identify up there at this point.
Yeah, I already know what the item is, so I'll just get a remove curse up there at some point.
She nods and goes, "Well, I also sell remove curse if you're interested."
I'm scared to ask how much you charge with 1,000 for an Identify.
Roughly about 3,000 gold pieces for remove curse.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Really quick, I can easily tell these prices are a ripoff, can't I?
About
Would a miracle be 9K?
It's about
'Cause that's a
10.
steal.
It's about 10 times what the costs are for these spells normally. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
That's one
remove
hell of an
curse.
upcharge.
I will say this could go either way because that's a pretty rare spell for people to just naturally have. It's a third level
rare for
spell.
people to naturally have, so it's understandable to have an upcharge, but a 10 times
Yeah,
upcharge.
The moment she said Identify was 1,000, when I paid for Identify, it was 100.
Because 100
Yeah.
is what it costs for the components for it normally. This person's charging it for the service.
Yeah, no, I'll just do it elsewhere.
Yeah, it's understandable to upcharge entirely.
But if you
Yeah,
choose to come back, just know the deals may be different. That is with a discount today.
I mean, don't worry, I won't be back.
Ah, that's what they all say as she smiles, her silver tooth gleaming in the candlelight.
How much stock do they have? A
Uh,
lot.
she has magic scrolls, grimoires, books on sorcerer bloodlines, a lot of shit just hang on her shelves, but they are all exorbitantly priced.
Well, also, I'm not that worried, because the things she sells, our party doesn't really expressly need, because none of us are wizards.
Not to
anything
bother mentioning,
good?
I can make scrolls for the
Yeah.
spells that I know, which I know.
So my point was, we shouldn't need anything from her shop specifically, unless something extreme happens.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah,
But
I'll decide that.
Seeing her prices, I know if I decided to, could undermine them with the lower level spell stuff.
She goes, I also tell futures, if you're interested. It's only 5 gold pieces to learn.
Oh, I hate knowing my future. That's not fun.
She
It's like,
I had
smiles.
enough predictions from the mushrooms.
Oh. Interesting.
You see her look at you and goes, wait, you saw something? What did you see?
It costs 3,000 gold for that information.
That
You're,
information.
you're drinking roll and hush. She
no,
looks,
he's right. That cost.
She looks at you and goes, "That's fair play."
With a with the knowing merchant smile. It'll cost you a remove curse.
Oh, you're sweet, honey. I'm not that interested. But I do have a fair warning for you. I see death in your near future. One that's going to hurt you in a way that you're not truly going to be able to move on from. Keep that in mind, young merchant.
Not BK, I can't take
I was saying the bad that my immediate thought was BK.
BK, no! My boy!
And in the distance, currently, Rollman watched as BK was slowly being eaten by Shunyet.
Oh my god.
No!
Realizing it's not
Sorry,
worth
dude.
getting involved in that fight. Because the creature has fire spells, and that could hurt.
Brave Russian.
But no, as you go out, you do see the same white-haired man from earlier standing near your cart as he sees you two leave the shop, and then makes eye contact with Roman. He turns and just starts sprinting out of the city.
Oh my god, he came back to life.
It was Beardy.
Was that
Or it was
Beardy?
Beardy disguising himself as the only giant he's seen constantly.
Hey, is that you, Beardy?
The guy's gone.
Aw. Damn it.
But as you
By
come
the
back to the
way,
cart, yeah, go ahead.
As we're walking back, Essa, by the way, when you guys removed the curse from me,
Yeah, what's
for
up?
a short while, I could understand what Shunyet was saying.
I bet you could, buddy. That's awesome.
I'm looking at her dead serious, at Essa dead serious, going, I'm not joking. I'm not crazy.
You hear in your head in Shunyet's voice, you know, most people would assume that you're not the most intelligent. As the creature's head slightly turns towards you. And like kind of does a side angle as if its like head is kind of like tilted.
You
I
know,
really hit him too hard.
now that you mention it, I wish I could talk to Shun yet.
My
Speak animal? I will, because I can't cast that. I can't cast spells.
My servant wants to be able to speak with me. One day it will learn what I ask. I've been begging for premium meat all this week, and it keeps giving me these dry rations. They're good, but just not as good, as you hear this in your
Try
head,
giving
James.
her some fresher meat, and you might have some good times. Some good times.
I mean, I'm sure I could buy something tomorrow. I could buy something tonight if I really wanted to. You know what? Walking into the inn.
You also hear in your head, James, as you're walking by, or you could feed me this delicious and delectable creature that I am currently staring at.
Don't eat BK.
As you just turn and say this out loud.
I wanna go buy some dire boar meat.
Alright.
The motor.
It's covered in your thing, so he gives you a date or a thing of rations of it, some dried up meat, or no, you're looking for fresh, correct?
I'm looking fresh. That's what I was gonna say.
He offers fresh boar meat for about a silver piece for a pound.
I'll buy a couple pounds.
Okay.
Shun Yet's a big girl.
Don't eat BK. He's a member of the family. Just like you are now, Shunyet.
I despise everything you stand for and what you are.
And that's understandable.
Why do you talk to me like you are the same level as I am? And as you see, as Essa comes out with some boar meat, the sudden change in like excitedness of the wolf, and the tapping of the tail as it goes, "Oh, fresh food!"
Mentally,
I got 3.
James goes, because I can translate for you.
I got 3 pounds.
You watch as Shunyet jumps off BK, waking him up, and then jumps towards Essa towards the meat.
I'm gonna go make sure BK gets comfortable again and goes back to sleep, brushing him, getting him cuddled back up in blankets.
Okay.
Just like, yeah, there you go, buddy.
You hear the heeing and hawing in your head still.
Do I just now have telepathy to animals?
Good question. But as you sit there stroking them, Rollman enjoying a beer, watching an ale, watching the snow and the dark skies. The Shunyet licking Essa in between, grabbing chunks of meat. And
As I hear, yes, servant, yes.
yeah, basically, you watch as this peaceful moment kind of goes and relaxes and kind of gives you a moment to enjoy the simpler things in life. Um, as the night continues on, are you looking to head out of town, or are you gonna stay in town for the night?
It's too dark. It's bedtime.
Also,
I'll stay in town and maybe help with the patrols that will go throughout town.
Okay.
Yeah. I should probably buy camping supplies tomorrow in case we are stuck, guys.
Okay. All right. As Rollman and Nessa kind of head back into the inn, James volunteering. James, give me a spot check real quick, just to see if you have anything.
Look, it's one of the few things I'm good for.
Tell him to not go alone and go with like another patrol.
You're gonna also.
No, I'm telling James to not
Oh.
go by himself.
I of course
I'll
would
find
be
another
going with
patrol.
somebody else that was
Gotcha.
on patrol.
Well, yeah, he's just going around the road, just traveling with the guards.
Okay.
Yeah.
20.
With a 20, as you kind of watch and look about, you do notice for a moment as people kind of going about their business, many heading to their respectable houses and farmlands as they're heading out of the town. The few villagers who live in town seem to be returning to their huts a little bit further to the west or to the east. But as they begin doing so, kind of watching, you begin to notice something keeps like dodging and dipping through the shadows in the background.
I'll point out to the other guards that are with me.
Okay, what are you gonna say?
There's something moving out there that is trying to stay hidden.
The guard looks at you and goes, kind of gets really down because he down to it, like almost down to the point where he's on his butt and leans down to you and goes, "Are they? Can you tell what they are?"
Can I?
With the spot, you did not get a description.
Well, did I get at least a rough size?
You'd guess semi-humanoid and either medium or large would be roughly what you get, you know?
Semi-humanoid and between the height that you size medium or large between those two. So likely half giant to
He just
Young
kind of
giant?
stops and puts his finger up to your mouth and like the tip of it very lightly touching you, trying not to hurt you. As he kind of quiets you and then kind of puts the other finger to his mouth to kind of symbol like shushing you. He turns to the other guards, and as you two look to turn, the four other guards you're with are no longer there.
Damn.
And he looks about for a moment, and then looks at you, and then he slowly starts to back towards the inn, facing down the empty road, watching for anything.
James is following him and being very careful to keep an eye out.
You hear him whisper down and go, "It's either Gloom, and we've got a leftover patrol, or it's the kobolds that tried to kidnap that one guy the other day. Either way, one's related to a beholder, and one's a Gloom. I think we're in trouble. Are you like really insanely powerful? Like I'm really hoping here. Tell me you're some like grand adventurer that's like been hiding his powers this entire time. My mother used to tell me that the adventurers do that."
Not really.
Is he
but-
close enough to use the orb?
Yeah. James's earring works.
Towards the
Yeah.
stone. Guys, trouble out here. But I always have friends nearby.
I guess I'm not doing what I just PM'd DM.
I was gonna say.
Shadows moving, something's coming. It's between medium and large, and it's humanoid.
I
Possible kobolds.
I say location.
In the fucking street outside somewhere. I wasn't able to get a good look at it before it keeps diving in shadows.
The guy looks
Okay.
down.
You're missing.
I think he meant where exactly are you?
You look about. You're only about 40 feet from the inn.
40 feet out fucking side.
I'm just
Look
right
at the
outside.
goddamn window.
As Essa comes running out, Essa, give me a search check. Because I assume you're searching for both where James is as well as this whatever he said he saw.
I'll step outside and assume a hunter's stance and be prepared to attack anything that comes out of the shadows.
Okay. Kind of watching. You see James clearly in the dark as the little lamps are set up.
Resting on my mace, ready to go. It's one hand that's starting to crackle with the fucking cantrip. I'm not getting fucked with.
Okay.
Do I smell anything?
Well, Essa, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. 26.
26. Roll me a search check for your smell. As far as it goes, as you begin to look about, nice. As the two of you are like paying attention, Rollman, you're sniffing on the air. As your eyes are kind of darting about, looking for a second. A millisecond goes by, and you both happen to catch for a glimpse, a flash of white as the giant that is standing next to James, not an inch from James's like entire body, is this man's calf, as Beardy, or what you only think is Beardy, comes charging through one of the buildings, destroying it and shattering it right next to the inn, biting into the giant and running off into the darkness as he screams. No, it is 40 feet in front of you, so...
Oh.
Yeah.
Do I get a reaction on this?
It is surprise attack, technically, but if you want to try and roll to see if you can hit its AC, I'll just increase its AC for it.
I was going to use the cantrip light to try and blind it, maybe make it run off into the wrong way.
You can't use that as an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, you can't, sadly. Yep.
So, yeah, no, I wouldn't do anything then, because I don't want to hit Beardy. He's a very angry being.
Then you watch, then for a millisecond, Rollerman smells Beardy, and as Asa spots him run through, almost in a blink of an eye, he is gone, and these screams are completely cut off. As you back up more, James.
I keep backing up.
As you finally kind of get right up to Essa and Rollerman at the kind of little porch of the inn, stepping up onto it, another distant scream is heard as you see Yuk kind of comes out and pulls out a wooden pipe, lights it with a little fire cantrip that seems to be very, very weak compared to what you're used to seeing for spellcasters, even for a cantrip. As he starts puffing on it, he looks over at you guys and goes, "You're not gonna catch him tonight."
Wasn't the hope. I was worried it was a gloom or something. Knowing it's Beardy, that's not good, but
I'm taking a risk.
He looks at you and goes, as he pulls the pipe out of his mouth and blows a little circle of smoke around you. He goes, "Good luck."
I'm gonna pat Essa, giving her guidance.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk out into the middle of the street. Beardy?
What's his name?
Yuk.
Okay, say good luck. Yuk.
Mm-hmm.
How about another story? You might afford some assistance.
I don't fight anymore, young man. And he kind of taps his knee as you hear a sound of metal.
Who said you had to fight?
I'll watch the story unfold. And he kind of pulls up a stool from inside and sits down.
More than enough of a story.
Beardy, I heard you're intelligent. Well, I can tell that, and I know you can talk. I want to talk about something for a minute. You want to hear me out?
You hear a rumbling growl from all around you. You're not sure where it's coming from. Give me a will save, all of you.
Do I hear a voice?
No, you do not.
Okay.
Will save. Time to be afraid.
Rollerman, the man who does not fear even cities of gold. 15. All right. Be really a shame. James is starting to quake in his boots slightly.
I'm small. I am but snack.
Rollerman, you're feeling good, and Essa with a nat 20, you feel no fear. But as that wasn't a fear check, the three of you start to notice as there is a Rollerman and James, you hear this growling coming from all around you. Essa, with your save, you hear it coming specifically about not 30 feet to the left of you down one of the dark alleys that you pick up the growling coming from.
does my scent ability help me? In this regard?
You can. That is based on your scent that you still got caught with it with the AC, with the DC.
I'm like slightly widen my left hand to acknowledge I see him, but I'm not gonna make a sudden movement. I just want to talk, buddy. I don't have a weapon in my hand. I doubt I could hurt you if I wanted to.
You see as a skull comes from your perspective, popping out of that same alley from Rollman and James. You see as the skull comes popping out of like 7 different directions, and like as it comes together, it stops in a central point, and the other 7 disappear. Only 1 remains, almost as if it was mirrored across different angles.
He's a good caster, I'll give him that. They're really
Magic
talented.
item.
What's up, Rollman?
I just tell James likely magic items. That's what they said.
Well, yeah, but still, being able to use them takes some intelligence.
As the two of you kind of whisper this.
Are the only ones that
All
can
right.
cast better chance of using
How about, since you
Yeah.
don't want to come out, I'll talk, and you can just listen. All right? I heard about what happened. I don't understand your pain. I've never went through it. I've never been in love. But you already punished the guy who did it, Beardy.
And now he did.
These people didn't do anything.
The grumbling, or the growling continues, and it's just slow to a grumbling.
I whisper this to James. Let's let just Essa speak.
Yeah, leave her be. Only, I don't think
I
we can do
just-
things
Last
we wanted
words.
to.
I just wanted to know your side of the story. I want to know what really happened.
As you say this, James and Rolliman, you feel something cold suddenly kind of breathing behind you. Essa, you...
James,
Go
A
ahead.
little jumpy. He's gonna look behind himself a little bit.
As you do, you suddenly see Beardy staring down at Essa as he stands towering over you. Blood slightly leaking from his very thick beard.
I'm surprised he's behind them because I walked away to the middle of the street.
He appears there to them. Essa, as you look about, you see as almost a slight illusion seems to kind of roughly generate itself slowly from the ground up, as if the spell is like being very, very taking a while to cast. As he's like speaking out the words or for the verbal components, the creature suddenly appears in front of you. An obvious illusion, though.
I'm going to take this that you're at least willing to talk.
The creature continuing to growl and show its fangs. You hear in your head, as well as Rollman and James, I do not have to talk to the likes of those who walk on 2 legs. You have no rights in my lands.
Do I feel like I can think back? He can hear me. without speaking out loud?
Can't tell.
Does it feel like a connection?
It does not seem the same as the message spell, but given the fact that this creature is using 2 illusion spells, from what you can gather, you'd assume that he's got to be maintaining concentration on something to be able to do all this.
I'm just gonna try and think in my head. Can you hear me like this?
Nothing seems to. It doesn't seem to respond.
Okay. Didn't claim I had rights in your land. That's why we left when we realized it was your territory. Out in the wilds. I gave you food and everything out of a show of good faith, that we didn't want any trouble.
And I cause you no trouble. Now return to your glowing cave, and I will continue on my mission. I did not hurt the small one, as he has not wronged me.
How'd the ones you're hunting hurt you, man? We can help solve it.
The illusion snarls its fangs, bearing more, as it seems to puff up its cheeks slightly above to show more teeth. As it does so, you hear in your head, They took my lands, and I will take them back. They took my mate and my children, and I will take them back.
You want your children back?
You hear a roar. James and Roland, this roar sounds like it comes from right behind you as one of the buildings off in the distance shatters completely.
I'm gonna whistle for Shunyet.
Shunyet does not move a muscle and seems to, as you look over towards the cart, seems to be laying extremely low in the cart.
Most of your children aren't here anymore, at least as far as I was told. Someone came and took them by force. It wasn't these people.
Then I'll kill them all until I find the people. And I'll kill the people on the big rock over there. They take my kind and put them in chains.
Well, the people who took the one I know where it is kind of live in the sky.
I will burn them too. Everything shall fall to me.
Really not making this easy.
Looking it over, you do suddenly get some notability on the creature, or noticing a few features on the creature. You do see that it's not purely white. It does have red markings throughout its mane and body, signifying very similar to the Embermane coloration, which the fire breathers, fiery cousins of these creatures. And otherwise, do notice much of its body's been scarred up and torn up. This creature's seen a lot of battles.
Does he, in the way he moves, remind me of, I think it's called the Cracker of Mountains?
No, that creature being more like looking like a hedgehog in its sense. This creature walks more lion-like as it moves about like a giant cat.
I know how it's going to go if you continue your mission, Beardy. I've seen it all before. It's not going to go how you're hoping.
The creature roars angrily, and you hear another person scream out and then immediately get cut off, and as you see blood appear on the illusion's fangs.
You can be mad, but every person who's on this board gets hunted down by someone stronger.
There is no one stronger than I. I will kill them all and take my vengeance.
If there was no one stronger, you'd be a marked Apex monster.
I do not know what this means.
They're monsters strong enough to destroy entire nations.
I wipe out towns by myself. Adventurers stronger than you. A red man in a suit walked through, and I managed to almost kill him. The rest of you will be just as easy.
That red man in a suit is absolutely nothing compared to the Apex. Those creatures could walk in and destroy every town in this city in this fucking kingdom by itself. Every single person.
Give me a will save as you feel a spell cast on you.
Yep. 16.
You speak the truth, but I do not accept that you know of my abilities.
I don't. You're right. All I do know is if you were on the level of the Apex, you would have been marked on the map like the rest of them.
So you're saying I must be stronger to be marked on this thing you call map, to get people to recognize to leave me and my territory alone. Fine.
If you let
I accept this challenge. He cuts you off cleanly, and as you see the creature stand up even taller, and goes, "I will show you my power in full."
I want to point towards where the Pale Eye lives. One of the Apex lives that way.
The creature shakes its head and turns, and the illusion's cut as the big one up behind you, Roland and James, disappears, and you hear as a building in the distance falls apart, off in the outskirts of the town as the stones are destroyed, but off in the same direction where you found or ran into Beardy earlier.
So that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I imagine if he does what I think he's gonna do, Utham's probably gonna be down here sooner than I thought.
Is that to say that out loud?
Yeah.
You kind of looks at you and looks over at Rolman, looks at James, who's still slightly shaking, and then looks back at you and goes, "Well, young lass, you've done what you came here to do. You convinced the beastie to disappear and run off. I gotta ask, what do you mean by this? Utham's gonna be here and that creature doing what you think it's gonna do?"
I mean, if he's gonna prove himself to be an apex, a lot of people are gonna die. Or Beardy will end up getting himself killed.
It's not like the creature has access to a lot of magic capabilities. It'd have to supercharge its powers to manage to actually do anything.
There's a large chunk of death ore that way.
Oh, well then we're screwed. We're all gonna die then probably, as he just kind of like puts the pipe out.
Or Beardy will pop like a balloon.
Possible. I've never seen it. I've never seen what will happen when an Arctic Maine messes with it. I mean, there's a reason he's bigger than average.
With going off the size of the chunks and what I know roughly of it, would it be enough? Would he kill himself trying to pull magic from that?
Well, about a stone the size of your fist is the equivalent of a 9th level spell worth of magic.
When
that stone was what, about the size of 10 of me?
One of those like spikes probably would. I mean, if we're gonna go by density, the amount of magic compounded into there would probably be, I don't know, quite close to probably like a 50 or 60th level spell for one of those spears, for how much magic can be charged in there. Yeah.
We'll cut that by maybe about 5, 10.
What's up, Vessa, as well?
When I saw Beardy, I felt him, I saw him move. Like, what rough power range would I put him compared to? Because I've seen Apex monsters, I've seen world leaders.
Give me a survival check. I say actually, Rollerman also can give this for martial stuff.
Can I give an appraise check on him?
You could. You can see if you spotted any magic items or anything of note that would be worth value on him.
23 after synergy.
Okay.
Oppression mercenary?
Yeah.
I need to look at the synergy for appraisal checks.
You need to have 5 ranks.
Oh yeah, I don't have that yet.
And I'll let James get his appraise before I give full description here.
12.
Okay. James with a 12. Surprisingly, you didn't spot any magic items outright on him that were like clearly something that you'd recognize. However, you did notice that his teeth, a couple of them were covered in gold, meaning which catches your attention as it's a monster. That's kind of, they don't have dental plans in this day and age. A little weird. Kind of catching your attention that a few of the teeth were like covered in full gold. Roll them in. What'd you get? 9?
Yeah.
You could definitely tell the creature was wounded, because it was definitely favoring its back legs over its front legs. Seeing a couple of the fresher scars on it, but that's about all you get with a 9. Essa, based on its ranking, what did you roll again? Just to remind me.
23 survival.
Perfect. You'd equivalent this creature to barely stronger than probably Shunyet would be if put on the same capabilities as Pierre would probably be somewhere near the equivalent of Beardy. So you wouldn't put him even higher than most town mayors. Maybe about the same rank as a decent knight. That was like, or an average adventurer. Maybe on a real high end, but that'd be pretty. That's a little. That'd be about the closest you could think of. He's pretty low, even for him being as big as he is. It just seems to be some sort of gift of his intelligence that's allowed this creature to survive, given the survival you got.
Essa kind of scratches her head and says, "I'm going to do something stupid," and I run off, and I'm going to move silently to make sure I'm not followed.
Before you go, James is going to say as you go, James is going to say into the stone, "Be careful."
Oh, don't worry. I won't be.
James smile as he looks up at
Yuke?
I get the name right.
Yuke.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yuke. She's about to probably go off and try and tame him.
He shrugs and puts some fresh grass in his thing, continuing to listen.
the story of a Drac stampede?
I'm gonna PMDM what I'm gonna do.
It kind of nods and points to follow him back inside to grab a drink and some food.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow him back inside, and I'm gonna share the story of the Drac stampede that ripped off a child's arm.
Rollman, are you gonna just kind of like go back into the inn and let us take off, or no?
I'm going to investigate the battle scene and see how this creature moved.
Okay. As you start looking about. Let me see, what skill would that be? Because I don't remember if there's a straight up investigation. There's not. Gather information though will work.
Gather information?
Yeah.
All right. So what do I got with that? I got a +1. Let's go.
Goes inside, looks at James. Help me here. Gets a pad.
3.
This is a terrible idea, but I gotta do it.
You start going through the town, finding the bodies in the destroyed buildings, realizing at best you catch it, this creature likes to cause a lot of chaotic damage, as a lot of the attack sites seem to be like splotchy, giving you the best, at the very least, idea that this creature likes to move around as it fights with a 3. That's about all you really get though.
And it likes to stay mobile.
Oh.
That's something.
Okay, I'm gonna. Give me a spot check, Rollman.
Okay.
Oh God, no.
No, yeah, that works, Essa. No, I know.
16.
Yeah. Continuing to look about, you do notice a few of the frost giants seem to kind of almost act like this is normal, going about their business. Some of them kind of crying over some of the bodies and the dead people they found, but otherwise you don't see anything else that catches your attention.
Wait, did the 2 guys that were in Astrolman get killed?
No, they did not. Actually, you do see them in the distance heading down the road towards where a farmhouse, and in the general direction where Beardy went earlier.
There's still hope.
Yeah.
I don't really care right now.
Yeah, as you look about, with James joining back in the inn, Essa, we jump to you as you come to a landing. In a sense, come at a running stop, I guess would be the better word here. As you come to a running stop, trying to keep up with the creature and tracking it down, you come to the circle, seeing the large crystals and a big dirt circle being dug out. You see Beardy moving about with his claws and cutting into the ground. A few dead water elementals all scattered about in very specific points around near the crystals, it looks like, as if they've been set there purposefully. Beardy looks like he is pulling out like a book from his mane and seems to like set it down and begin to read it in giant. He has not noticed you.
I'm gonna do something that I have no idea how this is gonna go.
Good luck.
3 Billy Blow Dart.
No. Looking, I want to make sure this has the reach I'm hoping it.
Runs with Beardy.
I think
Man
this
just
does.
wants to 12k without having to fight the creature.
Fuck yeah.
I'm gonna see what this does.
Oh no.
So I think all Beardy would hear is a crackle, and then.
Oh yeah, remind me what your breath weapon does again.
It is a gas that covers an area very quickly, and then it suddenly all converts into lightning.
All right. I need you to roll me a D100 on for my percentile dice on this. Actually, I need you to roll a D20 and a D100 in all fairness.
Oh Jesus.
Okay. The D20 is a 9.
Okay. So minor. You look out. Okay.
And then we're gonna roll. I mean, that's good. I like the sound of that at least.
Depends on which effect you roll. No, Wolf, this is not the table that it's a similar table built, but different table I'm using for.
That's a 60.
60. Okay, let me see. Because I sent Wolf the docket table a while back for him to use at some point. Yeah.
I imagine
Alright.
this is very loud.
You all from the town, Rolliman and James. Rolliman, you fully can see this in the distance, in the darkness. A bright light as sparkling lightning shoots up. This sound of thunder roaring through the sky all the way to the Kobold City. This can be heard as the crystals explode out as this gas kind of envelops Beardy. His spell enveloped as he finishes chanting, screeches out no. The spell expands out and the entirety of the crystals start to turn red, exploding violently and back. I need a reflex save from you, Essa, as you turn and start running as fast as possible.
Importantly, right as the breath weapon's going, Essa yells in a more melodious voice than normal, "I warned you."
All right, yeah, let's see what you got here. Let's get your reflex save because this isn't.
Don't roll bad. Don't roll bad.
There's no dice roll. This is just gonna be straight damage for what this is. So, also have to roll for Beardy.
We're gonna see, because my reflex is pretty good at least, so I have better odds than normal.
James will probably come out and be ready to...
Okay. Beardy
That is a
succeeds. It's a 20 what?
We both got a 26.
Perfect. You both succeed, taking half damage. So that's 250 points of force damage, or in this case, thunder.
He also needs a con save for my my breath.
Oh, don't worry. He's going down. He doesn't have
Yeah, but
anywhere near.
But I want part of that damage to be mine.
All right, I got you. The fortitude save. Oh, that's fair. 21 for the
You
con.
succeed. I'm taking half.
You want to see if you can knock him down before the big explosion?
Oh, it's not going to. That's 20 damage.
You manage to, as you see for a moment, his skin slightly frying from the shock, as he sees your face, magic going off, this shout of no, as this big explosion of just yellow light turning to red as the ground around starts to shake. Even to the distance, the pale eye can feel this. The crystal giant's able to feel the rumble. Even parts of Cricket feeling slight bits of the rumble.
Yeah, one of the closest ones.
The explosion leaves a massive hole about 200-300 feet, roughly, down, going straight down into the Underdark. You see just a gaping hole where Beardy and those crystals once were, as you stand about 10 feet back from the hole.
I don't think standing.
Well, yeah, on your butt, like basically falling back as like the hole in front of you, just straight down. The clouds rippled, the sky itself rippled. Yeah.
I want to make sure. How much damage did you say it was?
250. Isa is unconscious at this point, I assume.
Yeah, James is rushed off to go help.
No, it was close, but yes.
Okay. You know, I'm glad to hear that you had a fighting chance this time.
But I want to make sure about something in our PMs.
Yeah, what's up? Go ahead. Oh, you're PMing it.
I just want to make sure that's correct.
It would have. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, all right. Y'all might see something real interesting.
As you lot start.
James is gonna rush off there as quick as possible.
Roland, are you gonna follow in that direction, seeing James down the road as you're coming back towards the inn?
I walk over to Shanyet and I'll ask them.
Okay.
I'll describe it if they see it, DM. Just tell me if they do.
The rider is potentially dead. Do you want to go save them?
Shunyet's ears perk up and like it turns its head at you and then turns it back the other way, and kind of like stands up looking about, and kind of like stretches back and forth and then suddenly starts running. It can cover 3 times the distance of James. So
I would also ask it if I could ride.
Oh, it leaves before you even get a chance to finish asking it to if you can ride it. The creature does not seem at all interested.
Bring them to James.
As you finish that shouting, that the creature runs off at top speeds.
Jake's rushing off. He's a fat guy running.
Yeah, after 2 rounds, it's going to pass. Essa, give me 2 death saving throws.
Yep. Let's see.
Don't roll ass. Don't roll
As
bad.
James is running, he's praying to magic. just praying to the weave
Man,
itself.
Magic did this, man.
On.
You feel pushback says, "Hey, we fucked up. Hold up. No, you're responsible, James."
That's a 3
Okay, so that's one fail.
and a 20.
That's a critical success. So that means you're up to 1 HP. You are still unconscious though.
Yeah. They're still gonna see the thing.
This is not my fucking fault, Dave.
As you're like hefty fat man jogging like the wind, you're getting there, man. You're pushing along, keeping a good pace. You see as the wolf goes past you after a minute.
I wish I would have had time to grab onto her, but she doesn't have a saddle, so...
She does not have a saddle. Essa was riding her bareback, so it would have been a disadvantage to ride. Do you want to try? It's an opportunity attack to try and get on her.
No, I'm not going to, because that's so rude to her. She already doesn't like me.
Yeah, she charges past, and she is
Bring
going...
her back to me if you can.
She is going to beat you by 4 rounds. I'm just checking to see if any of the other creatures are nearby. No, okay. Essa, after what seems like you just blacking out after this massive explosion of your spell or of your breath going off, you suddenly feel something licking at your face. As you look up and you see your hound, your wolf, Shenyet, looking kind of down at you, confused as it licks your nose, or what would be your nose, rather.
I'm gonna undo the thing.
As you go back to being normal once more, the Shenyet just kind of turns its head. And then, like, as it does, you see James, fat man, like, sweating, pouring down, jogging up around a tree, coming to look at you.
I'm going to just get down, and you're about to get blasted with last 3 cure wounds.
When James runs up, I just look at him and I say, "It worked."
As you see the giant hole, not 20 feet behind where Essa sits, straight down into the Underdark.
So turns out, magical lightning to lyrium makes boom, as I thought.
Go ahead and roll your spells, James.
Yeah. You're getting healed 3d8 plus 6.
Come up to you.
God damn it.
Roll him in. I was going to say, were you going to chase after with BK, I assume, the cart? Yeah. Getting in the cart, following after you. After a few moments, you come up behind as you see James kind of healing up, Essa leaning over her. BK covered in sweat. Heeing and hawing.
We gotta start jogging more.
You see the dagger suddenly as BK goes quiet and just stares at you angrily at the mention of exercise.
I look with a smile. Because I'm fat man exhausted.
The very fat BK just kind of lays down on the ground with the whole cart leaning forward as Rollman gets off.
We don't have proof that he's dead.
You look into the hole.
That you see darkness.
I'm gonna look at the hole and just gonna make a wild guess here. That's going straight to the Underdark.
Question: Is there a charge? Is there a charge in the light wand?
It's not morning yet.
Damn it.
But I pick up a sword, I'll imbue it with light because it's a cantrip.
We're just gonna lose that item. We're not even gonna see anything.
Yeah, we are, or we're about to piss something off in the Underdark.
Wait, what are you gonna imbue with the light? Hold up, wait.
I'm just picking up a small stone, imbuing it with light, and tossing it into the hole.
Okay. Goes down, hits a couple, like about 50 feet down. It hits the side of the rock, goes bouncing off in further. It goes down you see it. You lose track of the light spell after it goes deep enough, but then for a moment you see a little flicker of the light, and then something massive of a shadow, and then it disappears.
Into the cart.
I'm assuming the Beardy at the center of the explosion. There's nothing.
He's dead.
Give me a spot check or a search check. Spot if you're just trying to generally look about, or search if you're specifically looking for beardy pieces, as we're gonna call it.
Let's see.
I'll do a spot check because that's better for me.
In the distance, you see a small froggy hand telling someone they're being racist.
I got a 16.
16, okay. And James?
Give me a second.
No worries.
Quick. I misplaced something. There it is.
He's lost. Go ahead.
Will be a
21. Between the two of you, as you kind of search about, you do see that Beardy, along with one like small piece of lyrium that was already grayed out, seems to be at the very opposite edge of the hole, where you see like it looks like the tip of his tail seemed to not get caught in the blast. However, it does look like it's slightly charred.
I'm gonna walk over and grab it, and I'm gonna bring it back.
I
to
would say you said the body's there, and it's just the
No,
tail.
it's just the tail. It's just the tail. Yeah.
Well, I hope they can identify the tail. So
I bring the tail back to Essa.
Yeah, you go back around the edge, grabbing the tail. It like slightly like shocks you.
Drained delirium.
Huh?
How big is this chunk of drained delirium?
About the size of your head. So roughly about 20-pound rock.
I'll grab that too and bring it back to put on the cart.
Okay. Yeah, as you pick it up, kind of hefting it. Give me a reflex save because you are picking up something right next to a hole that is now an unstable dirt mound and pulling a rock out. So if you fall into this hole, I want you to know your party's not going to save you probably.
I have a way
So
to.
I'm gonna give you a chance. Yeah, you do have a choice.
No,
You haven't rolled yet.
If it's that close,
Yeah.
then no.
Yeah, because he was on the edge of the explosion in a sense.
But I'll tell the roller, hey, go tie a rope around that and then pull it up because we might.
No, we need to leave.
That's fair.
Yeah, we need to go like now.
Let's go.
As you see in the distance towards the mountain, a bunch of little torches, like torchlights, start to kind of pop up around the exit as they start like fast disappearing down the mountain. You've stirred up a beehive of interest as you turn. Now, where are you guys going? Are you going back to the town, or are you just leaving altogether?
We're gonna go back to the town to report this.
Okay.
She just earned 12k gold.
All right, as you lot head towards the city, heading in, as the darkness kind of envelops, heading towards the inn, it seems to be unnaturally dark at this hour. Now it only being roughly about 8 p.m. at night. The sun having been fully set for about 3 hours now, it's starting to feel eerily quiet as well as you look about. None of the buildings seem to be lit. And in the distance, you see a very tall and a very angry-looking Frostgiant carrying what you all immediately look upon as, from this distance, looks to be a scythe that is dripping a green poison made of bones and body pieces of a gloom creature. This person looks to be furious. And that's where we're going to end session today. We thank you all for watching, and we hope you've enjoyed.
I was right. He was coming sooner than I thought.
We'll see you all next time.